Hello everyone. I'm here to help you sleep today. So, before you fall asleep, I'd like each of you to leave a comment saying which part of the world you're listening from. Also, give the video a like and subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the episodes, okay? Let's relax and begin. It was still dark when Zanab opened her eyes that morning. She was lying on a motel bed in Kingston, still in the jeans and t-shirt she'd worn the day before. Her sisters, Sahar and Geeti, were in the other bed, still asleep. Geeti's mouth was slightly open. Sahar had her back turned to the room. Zanab hadn't slept. She'd been watching the ceiling since 2 in the morning, listening to the hum of the air conditioner, counting the hours until this so-called family trip was over. They'd gone to Niagara Falls the day before, to see the water, her father said. But Zanab knew better. This trip had nothing to do with sightseeing. It had started right after her attempted escape to the shelter, right after the shame of that annulled marriage. Her father had been quiet the whole drive, which was terrifying. The quiet was worse than the yelling. She sat up slowly. Her whole body ached from the tension. She looked around the motel room. Her mother, Rona, was in the armchair by the window, fully dressed, not sleeping. Rona barely looked at her. She hadn't looked at anyone since the police brought Zanab back from the women's shelter. Tuba, the second wife, was in the other bed, curled up on her side. Ahmed was on the floor on the other side of the room, still in his jacket. It was like they were all waiting for something. Zanab had wanted to talk to Rona. She wanted to ask her mother why she sat in the armchair like a statue, why she never said a word when the men talked about her daughters like they were garbage. But Rona had been gone a long time in her own way. Zanab remembered her mother from when they were little, in Afghanistan. She used to sing. That was before Tuba came, before her father decided Rona was useless because she couldn't have children. Rona became a shadow. And then she became a witness. At 6 in the morning, her father came into the room. He didn't knock. He never knocked. He looked at Hamed, then at Tuba, then at the girls. He said something in Farsi, quick and low, and Hamed got up. Tuba got up. Rona got up. Sahar stirred and pulled the blanket over her head. Zanab watched her father's face. It was blank, completely blank, the way it looked when he was about to deliver a punishment that was long overdue. He told them all to get ready. They were going to say a prayer at a mosque? No, he said they were going to see the locks. The Kingston Mills locks. He'd seen a sign the day before. It would be a nice morning, he said. No one argued. Zanab shook her sisters awake. Sahar was 15. Geeti was 13. They were groggy and confused. Sahar had been fighting with their father for months. She had taken off her headscarf at school, said she was dating a boy from Honduras, told her mother she was going to run away. That was what had pushed everything over the edge. Zanab knew that. She had tried to protect them, tried to keep Sahar quiet, but it was impossible. The walls were thin. The phones were checked. The house was a cage. They got into the cars without breakfast. 2 cars, a Nissan Sentra and a Lexus. Zanab noticed her father gesture to Tuba. Tuba, who had never driven in Canada before, got behind the wheel of the Nissan. That was strange. Tuba always rode in the back, like a queen. But Zanab didn't say anything. She got in the back of the Nissan, between Sahar and Geeti. Rona sat in the front passenger seat, her hands folded in her lap. Tuba started the engine. Her knuckles were white on the wheel. Ahmed got into the Lexus. She saw him through the window. He was staring straight ahead, his lips moving. She couldn't tell if he was praying or counting. They drove in silence. The sun was just starting to come up. It was a cold morning for June, and the windows were fogged. Geeti leaned her head against Zanab's shoulder. "Where are we going?" she asked, her voice thick with sleep. Zanab said they were going to see the water. She didn't believe it. The water had been at Niagara Falls. Why drive an hour away to look at a lock? She watched the road signs. Kingston Mills. The road got narrower, tree-lined. It smelled like damp earth, pine, and something cold. They passed a few cottages, but no people. No one else was awake. The car slowed. Tuba parked the Nissan on a gravel pull-off near a stone building. There was a narrow waterway, a canal, dark and still. The Lexus parked behind them. The engine cut. Everyone got out. For a moment, they all stood there. The air was sharp and wet. Zanab wrapped her arms around herself. Sahar looked around, confused. "This is it?" she asked. "This is what you wanted to show us?" There was a nervous laugh in her voice. Giti clutched Zanab's sleeve. Their father walked to the edge of the water. He stood there for a long moment, looking down. Then he turned. He looked at Hamed. He looked at Tuba. No one said anything. Zanab saw Hamed walk back to the Lexus and open the driver's door. He got behind the wheel but didn't start the engine. He just sat there, gripping the wheel. She didn't understand. Then her father walked toward her. He took her by the arm. His hand was dry and hard, like a branch. He pulled her toward the Nissan. "Get in," he said. His voice was flat. She didn't move. He pulled harder. "Get in." She tried to pull away. She looked at Tuba, who was standing near the front of the car, not looking at her. She looked at Rona, who was standing by the passenger door, her eyes down. Sahar started to cry. "What's happening? Why are you doing this?" Her father ignored her. He forced Zanab into the back seat. She hit her head on the door frame. Giti screamed. It was a sharp, quick sound. Cut off. Tuba grabbed Giti's arm and pushed her into the car after Zanab. Sahar was pulling backward, trying to get away. Zanab saw her father backhand Sahar across the face. No sound. She dropped. He dragged her into the car. Then he slammed the doors shut. All three sisters were in the back, piled on top of each other. Giti was crying, saying, "Baba, please." Zanab reached for the door handle, but it was locked. From the outside. Through the window, she saw her father nod at Tuba. Tuba walked to the driver's seat, looking straight through the windshield. She started the engine. The car was still in park, but Tuba had her hands on the wheel. Then Ahmed appeared at the back of the car. He was pushing. No, he was backing the Lexus up. The Lexus's bumper met the Nissan's rear with a dull thud. The car lurched forward. They were heading toward the water, slowly at first. Tuba was driving, but she wasn't steering away. She was guiding it straight into the canal. Zanab scrambled to the front, hit the back of Rona's seat. "Mother!" She screamed. Rona didn't move. She was sitting there, staring ahead, her hands still folded. The car rolled down the ramp. The front tires hit the water. Cold, black water started rising up the windows. Sahar was screaming in a way that didn't sound human. Giti was gasping, trying to claw at the door, at the window, at anything. Zanab hit the window with her fist. It didn't break. The water was up to her waist. She pulled at the handle, but it wouldn't budge. The car was floating now, tilting forward, filling fast. She saw Tuba open her door and slide out into the water. Disappear, she saw Rona still sitting. The water reached her neck, and Rona just closed her eyes. Zanab tried to breathe, but the cold hit her like a wall. She remembered seeing her own reflection in the glass, her hair floating in the water. Giti's hands grabbing her arm, digging in. Sahar's mouth open. Silent, the car sank. She woke up not knowing where she was. Her lungs were burning. She felt the car bump against something. then stop. There was sand under the wheels. She was upside down, or sideways. Everything was dark. She tried to move, but her body wouldn't listen. She tasted canal water, mud, gasoline. She heard a sound like a gurgle and realized it was her own throat. She reached out in the dark and touched a hand. It was cold. She couldn't tell whose. She pushed at the hand, rolled free, and found herself floating in the car's cabin. There was air at the top, a pocket of it, but she couldn't find the surface. She was just spinning in the current of her own heartbeat. Her head hit the ceiling. Her fingers brushed against Geety's face, and Geety didn't move. She grabbed Sahar's shoulder, and Sahar was limp. She just floated there, her mouth open, water in her lungs. Zanab stopped moving. She was too tired. She thought of the shelter, of the one night she'd spent there, of a woman named Fozia who had held her hand and told her it would get better. It hadn't gotten better. It had gotten here. Then the water took her. The Nissan was found later that morning. A fisherman on the Kingston Mills Canal saw the roof of a sedan just under the surface near the old lock. The police divers pulled out 4 bodies: Zanab, 19, Sahar, 15, Geety, 13, and Rona, the first wife, 52 years old. No signs of struggle, the report said. Their lungs were full of water. The car had been pushed into the canal with enough force to break the lock on the parking brake. The Lexus had fresh marks on its bumper. The family was taken to a hotel in Montreal. The police were suspicious, but they had nothing, so they put listening devices in the cars. 3 days later, in the privacy of their own vehicle, the Shafias talked. The recording was played at the trial. It's a sound that doesn't leave your head once you hear it. Muhammad Shafia's voice, calm, almost polite, talking about his own daughters. He said they were whores. He said they betrayed the family. He said if they had been obedient, none of this would have happened. Then he said, even if they burn me alive, I would say this: they took my honor. They took it away. But now honor has been restored. Tuba, the second wife, said they had to do it. She said the girls were corrupt. Hamed, the eldest son, said he would spend $1 million to see them dead. He said they deserved it. He said, may they rot in their graves. The police also found that Tuba had a fake bruise on her arm, like she'd been threatened. But the forensic evidence was worse. The water displacement inside the car, the angle of impact, the fact that the Lexus had revved its engine just before impact. It wasn't an accident. It was an execution. Muhammad Shafia, Tuba, and Hamed were all convicted of 4 counts of first-degree murder. The judge at the trial said the girls were killed in the name of honor. He called it a crime of pure hatred. But when the verdict was read, Muhammad Shafia didn't look at the jury. He looked at the back of the courtroom, at the wall, and he shook his head, as if he was the victim, as if his daughters had done something worse than what he'd done to them. There's a detail that stayed with me. When the police searched the family's house, they found a diary. It was Geety's. She was 13. She wrote about wanting to be a doctor, about wanting to buy a small dog, about how she was afraid of her father. Her last entry was dated June 25th, just 5 days before the trip to Niagara Falls. She wrote, Mom said everything will be okay, but I hear them talking at night. Hamed says I will bring shame to the family because I failed math. I don't understand. Maybe I should not exist. They never said that in court, because it wasn't evidence. It was just a kid's notebook. But it's the one thing that gets me every time. Because she knew. She knew they were going to kill her, and she wrote it down like it was a homework assignment. And now I can't stop thinking about what Zanab saw in the last seconds of her conscious life. The look on Rona's face as the water came up to her chin. Rona, whose own daughters were being murdered in the back seat, and she didn't turn around. She just closed her eyes and let the water take her too. Was that her final act of obedience? Or was it the only way she could leave? The Shafias are in prison now. But the case is over, and there's something I haven't told you. The recording where Muhammad says honor has been restored, at the trial the defense tried to argue that it was cultural expression, not a confession. The judge rejected it. But in that recording, right after Muhammad says that, Tuba can be heard whispering something. The translator spent 2 weeks on it, because it was in a dialect of Farsi that was unfamiliar. She eventually made out the words. Tuba said, "They are in a better place now, where no one can touch them." And Muhammad replied, "Yes, the water is their mother now." Story 2, the day it all ended, Sucker Singh Dillon wasn't surprised to hear the knock. It was March 1997, a Tuesday, and he had been awake since 4:30. He was sitting in his townhouse in Scarborough, Ontario, in an undershirt and pajama pants. The tea he'd made had gone cold. There was a plate on the table, and under that plate was a stack of insurance papers. He had been going through them in the dark, checking dates, policy numbers, premium receipts, payment notices. It was what he did when he couldn't sleep. When the knock came, he didn't jump. He folded the papers, put them in a drawer under a pile of takeout menus, and went to the door. 4 men were standing there. 1 uniform. 3 suits. One of them held up a badge. Sucker didn't ask what it was about. He just asked if he could put on shoes. They said yes. He put on shoes. They handcuffed him and walked him out to the car. A neighbor across the street was on her porch with a coffee cup, and she watched the whole thing. Sucker didn't look at her. At the station, they put him in a room on the 2nd floor. No windows, a beige table, 4 metal chairs, a camera in the corner with a red blinking light. The room smelled like floor cleaner and old cigarette smoke. They left him there for almost an hour. He sat with his hands flat on the table, and he didn't move. He had known this could happen. He had known for a while. But there's a difference between knowing a thing can happen and sitting in a room with no windows waiting for someone to say it out loud. A detective came in around 9. He had a brown file folder. He put it on the table and kept his hand on it like he was holding it down. Then he opened it and placed a photograph in front of Sucker. It was Parvs. Parvs was his first wife. They married in India in 1985, and she came to Canada in 86 on a spouse visa. She was from a village not far from Amritsar. She didn't have much education, but she wasn't stupid. She was just trusting. She trusted him. That was the whole problem. On the day she died, August of 1988, Parvs was in the laundry room folding bedsheets. She had complained about a headache after lunch. Sucker made her tea and put a capsule in it. She asked what it was. He said it was a new vitamin, something for women's blood, imported from India. She said it tasted bitter. He said that was the iron. She drank all of it. About 40 minutes later, she was on the floor. Her body started shaking. It wasn't the kind of shaking you see in a movie. It was hard and violent, like she was being pulled by ropes. Her back arched up, and her heels banged against the washing machine. Her jaw was clamped so tight you could hear her teeth grinding. Her eyes were open, but she wasn't seeing him. She bit her tongue, and there was blood and spit on her chin. Sucker stood in the doorway and watched. He didn't touch her. He didn't try to hold her head or turn her on her side. He waited until her legs went still. Then he called 911. At the hospital, the doctor said it was probably undiagnosed epilepsy. Parvs was young. She had no history of seizures. But bodies do things like that, the doctor said. It happens. Sucker asked for a fast cremation because of the family's traditions. The doctor signed off. No autopsy, no questions. The life insurance policy had been taken out 18 months earlier. The beneficiary was Sucker. The monthly payment was $41, and he had never missed one. 6 weeks after Parves died, the insurance company paid him $46,000. He put it in the bank. He told people it was a settlement from an old accident. Nobody asked. The detective slid another photograph across the table. It was Ranjit Singh. Sucker and Ranjit had a produce delivery business together. 2 trucks and a contract to take vegetables from the Ontario Food Terminal to small shops. Ranjit did the driving. He did the lifting. He had a bad back. Sucker gave him a bottle of brown capsules and told him it was an herbal medicine from India, good for joints and blood and everything else. Ranjit trusted him. They came from the same part of Punjab. They had worked side by side. Why would he lie? On the day Ranjit died, Sucker put extra capsules in his lunch. Ranjit was found dead in his van on a service road near the highway. The engine was still running. He had gone into convulsions behind the wheel and folded himself into the front seat. The coroner called it a heart arrhythmia. The insurance policy on Ranjit's share of the business paid out. The money went straight into the business account. Sucker dissolved the company and kept everything. Ranjit's wife got nothing. She went back to India, and Sucker paid for the plane tickets so he could look like a good man. He wrote it off his taxes. The detective turned the page. There were 2 smaller photographs. Twin boys. Sucker looked up at the ceiling. The twins were born in 1989 in Amritsar. His second wife was their mother. She was young, barely out of her teens. Sucker married her in India after Parves died. He didn't bring her to Canada. He visited. The boys were born healthy. Sucker was there for the birth, and he stayed 8 days. He had a photo taken, 1 boy in each arm. That photo later showed up in an insurance file. He took out 2 life insurance policies on the boys before they were 3 months old. The agent in Amritsar was his relative. The premium was cheap. The payout for each child was around $20,000 in Indian money. In that village, that was enough to buy land. Then, he gave his second wife a bottle of white capsules. He told her it was a special tonic for the babies, something a doctor in Ludhiana had prepared. He told her to crush 1 capsule into each boy's milk bottle every morning. He told her not to tell anyone about it, because there wasn't enough for other families, and they would be angry. She believed him. She was his wife. She was a mother. Why would he lie? The first twin died in January 1990. He started shaking. Then his lips turned blue and his back arched. His mother carried him to the hospital, and he died in her arms in the waiting room. The doctor called it a seizure caused by fever. Sucker flew to India for the funeral. Before he left, he reminded his wife to keep giving the second boy the tonic. He said it was important. The boy needed his strength. The second twin died in April 90, same convulsions, same hospital, same nothing. Sucker didn't go to that funeral. The insurance payout went into his account. The second wife never spoke again. She still doesn't speak. She lived with her parents for years, and her mother told investigators that the girl just sat in the corner, holding an empty bottle. The detective put 1 more photograph on the table, a woman with a small scar above her eyebrow. That was the third wife. Sucker married her in India in '93. She was more educated than the others. She had a job. She asked questions. He didn't give her the capsules right away. He waited until she told him she was tired all the time. Then he gave her a bottle and said it was an iron supplement from a village doctor. She took it every morning. In 1995, she got on a bus to Ludhiana and died in the aisle. Same convulsions, same arched back. The bus driver said she was standing, holding the handrail, and then her whole body stiffened and she fell down between the seats. The family demanded an investigation. The local police opened a file. But the body was cremated before an autopsy could be done. Sucker signed the papers. The insurance company paid out 800,000 rupees. Sucker was the beneficiary. The detective closed the folder. He was quiet for a long moment. Then he said, "We found the seeds." Sucker didn't say anything. He looked at his hands. They were still flat on the table. He was surprised that they weren't shaking. The seeds were in the basement of his townhouse, in a plastic rice bin with a blue lid. The police had gotten a search warrant while Sucker was sitting in the room. Inside the bin, there were dried dark seeds, roughly the size of almonds. There was a stone mortar and pestle. There was a bag of empty gelatin capsules. There was a small notebook with a red cover. In the notebook, under a list of amounts, were the names of the 5 people he had collected money on. A botanist at the university later identified the seeds as yellow oleander. The seed contains something that stops the electrical rhythm of the heart. It doesn't take a lot. The powder is bitter, but if you put it in a capsule, no one knows. The person goes into convulsions. Their heart slows down, and then it stops. It looks like a seizure. It looks like a heart attack. It looks like anything except what it is. Sucker didn't ask for a lawyer. He didn't ask for a phone call. He asked for a piece of paper and a pencil. The detective gave it to him. He wrote for about 40 minutes. When he was done, there was a list: name, date, payout. No details, no apology, no explanation. At the bottom, he wrote the only thing that could be called a confession. He didn't want to be poor. In 1997, Sukhar Singh Dhillon was charged with murder. The Canadian courts handled what happened on Canadian soil, and India made extradition requests for the others. In the end, he pleaded guilty. He didn't give a dramatic statement in court. He just stood there and said yes. He was given life in prison. He died in 2013 in the prison hospital. Heart attack. He was 64. No one had to put anything in his tea. His own heart just stopped. After he died, the guards went through his belongings. Inside the lining of the same coat he had worn the morning of his arrest, they found a folded piece of paper. It was old, yellowed, worn at the edges as if he had touched it 1,000 times. On it there was one line, in pencil, underlined twice. It was a name, not Parvs, not Ranjit, not the twins, not the third wife. A 6th name. The police checked every record they could access in Canada and India. There was no death certificate, no life insurance policy, no birth certificate, no address. The name didn't match anyone in his family, his business, his prison records, or his past. No one ever found out who that person was. The paper is still in the case file. No one knows if the 6th name was a victim he was planning, a victim he already had, or a name he invented on purpose so that after he was gone, the police would spend the rest of their lives chasing somebody who didn't exist. That's the thing that haunts the people who were at that station. Not the 5 people he killed. Not the babies. Not the way he did it. The 6th name. Because Sukhar carried that name with him for 16 years in prison, through every visit, every meal, every doctor's appointment. And when he died, he left it behind like a door he knew nobody would ever open. Story 3. You wouldn't have guessed it looking at Carl Bluestone. He was a police officer, had been for over a decade. walked the beat around Gravesend, Kent, with that straight back and steady look. Neighbors waved at him. Kids on bikes called him Mr. Bluestone. He had a nice house on a quiet street, a wife, 4 children, a golden retriever in the garden, everything a man was supposed to have. And then you'd see Jill at the school gates, with her sleeves pulled down, or wearing sunglasses in September. And you'd think, that woman looks so tired. She smiled a lot. Too much, maybe. But nobody ever looked twice, because why would you? He was a cop. He was the guy you'd call when your car got broken into. The idea that same guy would come home and shut the blinds and turn into something else, that didn't fit. But Jill knew. She knew from the first year they were married. A slap that he said was just a hand when she'd asked something about his mother. She learned to cook the way he liked. Then she learned to talk the way he liked. Then she learned to not talk at all. The first time he choked her, she was pregnant with Jack. He'd put his hands around her throat and squeezed until she saw stars, and then he let go and helped her up and started crying. Said he was sorry, told her she backtalked him, that he lost control because he loved her too much. She believed him then. Over the years, it got worse. Not the love, the losing control. He hit her with a frying pan once. Broke 2 fingers by bending them backward. He'd choke her into unconsciousness regularly. She'd wake up on the floor with her own blood in her mouth, and he'd be kneeling beside her, whispering that she did it to herself. She filed 4 reports with the police. 4 times she sat in that station, which he'd worked at for years, and tried to tell someone that their own colleague was beating her like a dog. And each time, they took notes, nodded, and did nothing. The Crown Prosecution Service looked at the case and said there wasn't enough evidence. Not enough evidence, they said, while she walked in with bruises shaped like fingers. She stopped filing. Then, on the 28th of August, 2001, she finally said the word. Divorce. She said it at breakfast. The kids were in the other room, the TV playing a cartoon. Carl was just sitting there with his toast. She told him she'd spoken with a solicitor. She told him she was going to take the kids and move out by the end of the week. She'd packed 1 bag already, hidden it under the bathroom sink. She told him the police couldn't protect her, so she'd protect herself. He didn't get angry. That was the thing. He just looked at her, then stood up, took his mug to the sink, and walked out the front door. Quiet as a church. He went to a hardware store on Rotham Road. The clerk remembered him later. He'd been in before, a regular. That morning he bought 10 yards of rope. Not a fancy rope, just basic synthetic cord. Wrapped in brown paper. He paid in cash. He didn't look nervous. He asked the clerk about the weather. Then he got back in his car and drove home. Jill was in the kitchen when he came back. She had her back to the door, washing up the children's cereal bowls. She didn't hear him come in. He went past her through the living room into the little tool cupboard in the hallway. That's where she'd find out he wasn't just shopping. He took out the claw hammer. It was the one she'd used to hang pictures. A normal thing. That hammer. He came back into the kitchen and hit her with it. The first blow caught her at the base of the skull. She went down sideways, her cheek hitting the tile. She was alive. She must have seen his shoes. She put her hands up. He hit her again. And again. He hit her with the hammer 13 times. 13 blows to the head. By the time he was done, his white t-shirt was red. He didn't wipe his face. He just turned and walked upstairs. The children's bedroom was on the 2nd floor. The 2 youngest, Chandler and Henry, shared a small room. Chandler was 18 months old. Henry was 3. They were both asleep. It was mid-morning, and they'd had a late night. Jill had let them stay up watching a video. But now they were sleeping. Chandler was in his crib, face down, with a pacifier in his mouth. Carl hit him 6 times with the hammer right through the bars of the crib. The boy never even woke up. Henry did. Henry heard the noise and sat up in his little bed, rubbing his eyes. Carl turned to him and hit him 10 times, not all in the head, some in the arms, because Henry had raised them up, tried to cover himself. A 3-year-old trying to block a hammer. It didn't work. Down the hall, Jack, who was 7, and Jessica, who was 6, were in the other room. Jack heard it. He was older, quicker. He got out of bed and ran to the door, and there was his father in the doorway holding this thing. Jack turned and ran for the window. Carl caught him by the ankle and brought the hammer down on his back, then his head. He hit him until Jack stopped moving. Jessica was curled up under the bed. She was screaming. Carl bent down, looked at her, and she crawled out the other side and ran. He was too tired to chase her, or maybe he just didn't expect her to move that fast. She flew down the stairs. Through the kitchen, she slipped in the blood, got back up, and out the front door. She ran across the lawn, across the street, to the Mackenzies' house. She's bleeding. But it isn't her blood. She's got her older brother's blood on her face and her hands. She's 6 years old, and she's screaming, "Daddy hit Jack," over and over. The Mackenzies didn't know what to do. They pulled her inside, locked the door. The woman hid in the back room with the phone. It's not until the sirens get there that anyone realizes the address is the police officer's house. The first responding officer didn't even want to let the backup in. He said, "This is a mistake." Then, he looked in the kitchen window and threw up. They found Carl in the garage. He'd hanged himself from the beam with that rope he bought that morning. Still in the bag? No. The bag was in the bin. He'd taken the rope out, made a noose, tied it to a rafter, and kicked out the stool. The rope was the only thing he'd bought that he actually used. They found the hammer in the hallway, not in the kitchen. He dragged herself? No, he'd left the hammer there when he went to get the rope. They never figured out the exact order. But the hammer was on the carpet. The claw marks were still on it from the frame. Jill was dead when they arrived. Chandler was dead. Henry died on the way to the hospital. Jack survived, but only barely. He had a fractured skull and brain swelling. He spent 3 weeks in a coma. He woke up and asked where his mom was. Nobody told him the truth until he was older. Jessica didn't sleep in her own bed for years. She would climb into the ward staff room and try to hide under the desk. The inquest was held in February 2002. They brought in all the records from the 4 times Jill reported him. They read out her statements. One of them said, "He put his hands around my throat, and I thought he was going to kill me this time. I told him I'd call the police, and he laughed and said, 'I am the police.'" That statement was taken by a sergeant who was Carl's friend. The sergeant testified that he'd filed it, but then Carl had come to him and said Jill was having an affair and making it up. The sergeant believed him. He didn't log the report. He just tore it up. That was one. The other 3 were investigated. The investigating officer wrote in his report that there were no visible injuries at the time of the visit, even though Jill had shown him the bruises. He wrote that Carl described her as hysterical. That officer was promoted. He's still working in county. The Crown Prosecution Service Review found that a prosecution would have been likely to fail because Jill had recanted twice. She'd recanted because her own husband had threatened to take custody. He knew how to threaten a woman. He knew what he could get away with because he sat in the back room of the station while these cases were discussed. He knew everything. There was a moment at the inquest that the coroner later called the most harrowing piece of evidence. It was a photograph taken at the scene. It showed the children's bedroom. Chandler's crib was against the wall. The bars were broken on one side, like something had hit them, and there, on the pillow, was a small toy rabbit. It was Chandler's. He'd been sleeping with it. The rabbit had a little stain on it. The coroner asked to see it closer, and he saw that the stain was blood. But the rabbit wasn't covered in it. It was just one spot, right where the boy's head had been. The coroner said this is a child who was killed while holding his toy. And then he started to cry. But for me, the thing that lingered wasn't the hammer or the rope or the blood on the floor. It was the thing the police found in Jill's bedside drawer. A notebook. She'd been keeping a list. She was smarter than they ever gave her credit for. On the first page, she'd written dates and times of every beating. On the second page, she'd written the names of every police officer she'd reported to. On the third page, there was a note. It just said, "They'll never listen until I'm dead. And even then, they'll say I was crazy." She wasn't crazy. She was right. For 4 years, she told them a cop who was also a husband was going to kill her. They told her to calm down. They told her to be grateful. They told her he was a good man, and maybe she'd provoked him. And then he killed her, and he killed 2 of her children, and he nearly killed another one. And the one who got away, Jessica. She still has a scar on her arm from where she scraped it against the doorframe when she was running. She doesn't know that's what it's from. She thinks it was from a bicycle fall. They found the rope in Carl's garage, but they never found out why he bought it beforehand. The hardware store receipt said 8:15 in the morning. Jill had told him about the divorce at 7:30, so he had 45 minutes to think about it. He spent £9.40 on that rope, and then he came back and used a hammer instead. The rope was the last thing he did that was planned. The rest was just violence. Half of it was blind. He didn't even get the order right. He hit the kids before he got to Jack and Jessica? No, he hit the babies first. Then, the older ones. But he forgot the oldest was in the same room as Jessica. He left a witness. A witness. That's what Jessica is now. She's the one who has to live knowing that when she ran, she left her brothers behind. She doesn't remember it that way. She was 6. She just flew. But she asked the question in therapy, and they had to write it down in the report. Why did I get out? And they didn't. And the therapist wrote back, because you were the one who could. She asked if she should have gone back. The therapist wrote, no, the police officer who took the initial call recorded it. He kept the recording in his desk drawer for months. On the tape, you can hear him saying, "Oh my God," several times. You can hear Jessica in the background repeating, "Daddy hit Jack." And then you hear something else. A voice, very small, very quiet, coming from the house. It's not a living voice. It's the open front door and the wind moving through the hall. But on the tape it sounds like a child breathing. That officer had to be moved to a different department. He couldn't hear it anymore. At the end of the inquest, the coroner made a statement. He said, "The system failed this family at every stage." He said it wasn't a hammer that killed them. It was 1,000 small paperwork failures. He asked for a public inquiry. There was no public inquiry. The last thing the coroner said before he closed the proceedings was this: Carl Bluestone was a police officer. He took an oath to protect life. He ended 4 lives in one morning. He took 3 of them in the room where his children slept with toys, and he left 1 surviving child to bear the memory of that for the rest of her life. I don't know if there is a word for what he was, but I know there should be. Jessica Bluestone is now 21 years old. She doesn't talk about that morning, but once at a family gathering, someone found a photo of Carl in an old album. Jessica took the photo, looked at it, and said very quietly, "He never bought a hammer. He bought rope." Then she put the photo back in the album, closed it, and walked away. The rope. The rope was in the garage, but the hammer was already there. He went to the store to buy something to kill himself with, but he decided to use his hands instead, and the hammer was just the first thing he could find. He didn't plan to kill them with it. He planned to kill himself. He only needed to kill them because they would have been in the way. That's the part I can't get rid of. He wasn't a madman. He was a man who decided he was going to die, and he decided he wasn't going to leave them behind. He didn't hate them. He just didn't want them to exist without him. And the system that was supposed to stop him said not enough evidence. There's a photo of Jill and Carl's wedding. She's laughing, her arm around his waist. He's looking at the camera, but his hand is on the back of her neck. And you just think, that hand holding her neck. He killed her in the kitchen where her back was to the door, the kitchen where she'd washed 4 children's plates every night. She died in the place where they fed people, and nobody heard a thing. The neighbor across the street, Mrs. Pierce, said she heard a noise at 9 in the morning. She said it sounded like a drawer slamming. She didn't think anything of it. The children's school called at 3 in the afternoon, asking why Jack and Jessica hadn't been picked up. No one answered. The rope is still in evidence somewhere in a police locker in Kent. They keep it in a sealed bag. Somebody wrote C3 on the tag. That's it. Jessica sometimes wears her brother Henry's shoes. They were 3 years old when he died. She has them on a shelf in her apartment. They're too small. But she says they're the only thing she has that was his. She doesn't have anything of Chandler except the rabbit. The coroner let her have the rabbit. It's still stained. She keeps it on her nightstand. She doesn't sleep well. She never has. She says she sometimes hears a hammer tapping on wood. It isn't real. But she jumps every time. And that's the whole story. That's what happened on the 28th of August, 2001. Carl Bluestone killed his wife and 2 of his children, wounded another, and hanged himself in the garage. But the part that never gets told is that he bought the rope first. He bought it to hang himself. He didn't want to go to prison. He didn't want to face the system that had let him get away with it for years. He wanted to die the way he had lived, quietly. And his family would have died with him, except one of them was small enough to run. And she ran. And she's still running. Story 4. Lloyd Avery II died on a Sunday. It was September 4th, 2005. He was 36 years old, and he was locked inside a 2-man cell at Pelican Bay State Prison. Not in a hospital, not in a movie, not in some dramatic standoff. He died on the floor of a concrete box, and then his body spent the next 38 hours being counted as a living human being. If you knew Lloyd from his old life, you knew him as the kid with the gun in Boys in the Hood. He played a blood in that movie, the one who pulled the trigger on Ricky. He had a face people remembered. He had a career, or at least the start of one. But the movie role followed him around like a bad habit. In 1999, Lloyd got involved in a double murder in Los Angeles. He went to prison. He was sentenced to life without parole. That part is real. No movie script. No second take. He was in his early 30s, and he knew he would die inside. Something happened to him in prison. He found Christianity. He started reading the Bible. He talked about redemption and sin, and God's love with anyone who would listen. In a place like Pelican Bay, that made some guys laugh at him. But it also made Lloyd different. He wasn't making excuses. He wasn't pretending he was innocent. He was just a man trying to make peace with the fact that he would never get out. He believed the only thing he had left was his faith. The prison put him in a cell with Kevin Roby. Kevin Roby was not a normal inmate. He was already serving life without parole for something that made even the hardened men on the block turn their heads. Kevin had raped and murdered his own sister, not a stranger, not an enemy, his own blood. And he didn't hide it. He wasn't ashamed. He used that story like a calling card. He called himself the Satanic Christ. He wrote letters signed that way. He drew pentagrams and horn symbols on everything he could get his hands on. Some people thought he was insane. The people who spent time near Kevin said he wasn't insane. He was patient. He was calculating. He was waiting for something. Kevin had been in a single-man cell for a long time before Lloyd was moved in. There were not a lot of guys willing to room with him, but Lloyd was different. Lloyd didn't see Kevin as a monster. He saw him as a lost soul. Lloyd was the kind of believer who thought no one was beyond saving. That was his conviction. That was also his death. The first few days in that cell were not violent. Kevin sat on the top bunk, Lloyd sat on the bottom. Lloyd would read scripture out loud. Kevin would listen, or at least he acted like he was listening. Sometimes Kevin would nod. Sometimes he would stare out the little window. Lloyd thought he was getting through. He didn't understand that Kevin wasn't being converted. Kevin was studying him, watching his habits, watching the way he prayed. Lloyd kept trying. Kevin kept waiting. Then came Sunday, September 4th, 2005. The block had been quiet all day. It was hot. The cell was maybe 8 feet by 10 feet, with a rusted sink, a steel toilet, 2 bunks, and a concrete floor that never really got clean. Lloyd had spent the afternoon reading. Kevin had spent the afternoon lying on the top bunk with his hands behind his head. They talked about God. It started normal, like every other conversation. But this time, Kevin didn't just listen. He pushed back. He told Lloyd that he was not a believer. He told Lloyd that he was the son of the devil, not the son of God. He told Lloyd that his Bible was a lie. Lloyd did what he always did. He argued. He tried to save the man one more time. It went on for a while. It got louder. Not screaming, because screaming in Pelican Bay can get you written up. It was the kind of low, tense voice you use when your whole world is in the balance. Kevin kept repeating that God had sent Lloyd to him as a test. Lloyd said that wasn't true. Kevin said that God had made a mistake. He said he was going to prove who was stronger. Lloyd was sitting on the bottom bunk when Kevin came down from the top bunk. Kevin didn't swing wide. He didn't start with a warning. He just hit Lloyd in the face, hard. Lloyd's head snapped back and hit the corner of the sink mount. His nose broke. Blood poured down his face and into his throat. What happened next wasn't a fight. It was an execution in a space so small that Lloyd couldn't get away. He tried to stand up. Kevin shoved him back down. Lloyd raised his hands, but Kevin was on top of him, using his weight, pressing down on his throat. Lloyd scraped his back against the concrete, trying to push him off. The blood from his nose was going down the back of his throat. His body was fighting to breathe, but the blood was getting there first. Kevin didn't let go. He doesn't know how long it took. The official report says Lloyd died from aspirating his own blood after being choked and beaten, meaning he didn't suffocate because Kevin's hands were around his neck. He drowned. His own blood filled his lungs, and there was nothing he could do. When Kevin finally let go, Lloyd was still. His lips were blue. His face was smeared with blood. His eyes were half open. Kevin later said he sat on the bunk and watched him for a minute. He said he felt calm. He said he knew it was time. The cell was a mess. There was blood on the floor, blood on the wall, blood on the mattress. Most people, in that moment, would have called for help. Kevin didn't. He got up, and he started to work. He dragged Lloyd's body off the bunk and laid him flat on the concrete floor. He placed him on his back. He spread his arms out a little, like a man lying in a bed. Then he used Lloyd's blood to draw a pentagram on the floor. It wasn't a small symbol. It was big enough for a grown man to lie inside. Kevin drew the circle first. Then he drew the star inside it, one line at a time, using his finger like a pen. The blood was still wet. It smeared the way paint smears. He was in no hurry. Then he stood up and put his hand flat on the wall. He pulled it down, leaving a long bloody streak. He did it again and again. He painted the lower half of the cell walls with Lloyd's blood. He wasn't trying to hide it. He was decorating. He made the cell look like a temple. He placed Lloyd's body back in the middle of the pentagram exactly the way he wanted it. He stepped back to look at it. He wasn't panicked. He was proud. But then, the count bell rang. In Pelican Bay, the guards check every cell during count. If an inmate isn't visible, they open the cell. Kevin had maybe a minute to make this work. He grabbed Lloyd's body by the arms and dragged it to the bottom bunk. He pushed him up against the wall, facing the wall, on his side. He pulled the blanket up to his chin. Then, he took a piece of string he had saved from a torn mattress and tied one end around Lloyd's wrist. He tied the other end around his own hand, up on the top bunk. When the guard came down the tier and flashed a light into the cell, Kevin pulled the string. Lloyd's arm moved under the blanket. The blanket shifted. To a man standing outside a dark cell at a prison count, it looked like a sleeping inmate stirring. Kevin didn't say anything. He didn't need to. The guard moved on. That was the first time he tricked them. It wasn't the last. For the next 38 hours, Kevin Roby played a game with death. He kept the body in the bunk during counts. He'd pull the string and make the arm move. He'd whisper to the guards that Lloyd was sick or asleep. At night, when the cell was dark and the counts were done, Kevin would climb down, drag the body back to the floor, and keep working on his scene. He'd reshape the pentagram. He'd add to the walls. He'd talk to the corpse like it could hear him. By Monday afternoon, the body was changing. The cells in that unit are hot and stale. Decomposition starts fast. The smell started to come through the little vent in the door. But in a maximum security prison, there are 100 smells. Sweat, garbage, dirty water, industrial cleaner. The guards had gotten so used to that block smelling bad that they didn't stop to ask why one particular cell was worse than the rest. They just did their count and moved on. One of the guards later said he remembered that Lloyd had been quiet for a while. He remembered thinking it was nice not to hear that preaching for a change. He didn't check on him. He didn't open the door. He just saw a shape in the bunk and marked him present. That was all it took. That is all it ever took. By Tuesday morning, Lloyd's body was stiff. The skin had turned gray in places. The eyes were still half open, but the blanket was up to his chin. Kevin had to bend the arm to keep the string working. He had to wrap the string tighter around the wrist. During the last count, a guard stopped and looked a little longer. Something was off. Maybe the movement was too controlled. Maybe the shape under the blanket was too still. The guard called a supervisor. They opened the cell. The first thing they hit was the smell. One officer later said it smelled like old meat and copper pennies. He said he tasted it in his mouth. When the door opened, Kevin was not moving. He was kneeling on the floor next to the body. He had pulled Lloyd off the bunk one last time, and laid him back on the pentagram. He was using his finger to trace a line in the dried blood, adding a mark to the floor. He looked up at the guards and didn't flinch. They yelled at him to get back. They cuffed him. He didn't resist. He stood in the corner while the officers looked at what he had done. The walls were covered in bloody handprints and symbols. The floor had a pentagram drawn large enough to hold a man, and in the middle of it, Lloyd Avery II was lying dead. Not peacefully, not naturally. He looked like something left on an altar. Kevin Roby was taken out of the cell. He didn't say sorry. He didn't ask about Lloyd. He told the investigators that Lloyd was sent to him by God as a sacrifice. He told them the killing fulfilled a satanic prophecy. He said he was the satanic Christ. He said that killing Lloyd was not murder. It was a victory. He told them that God was next. That's the line that stayed with the investigators. Not I regret it. Not I lost my temper. He said God is next. Like a threat. Like a promise. The California Department of Corrections investigated the whole thing. They disciplined 5 officers, 5 grown men with keys and guns and 30 years of combined experience got suspended or written up because they counted a dead man as alive for a day and a half. They walked past that cell. They heard the string move under the blanket. They saw the same arm shift in the same way every time. And none of them opened the door. None of them asked why Lloyd never came to the window. None of them noticed that the eyes under the blanket were dead. Kevin Roby is still alive. He's still at Pelican Bay. He still calls himself the Satanic Christ. He writes letters and he signs them that way. He doesn't have a cellmate anymore. No one wants to be near him. No one reads scripture at him now. He sits in a cell by himself, with the same concrete floor and the same steel bunk. And he waits. He told a prison psychologist once that Lloyd was the first offering. He said there would be more. He said the prophecy wasn't finished. The last thing anybody saw in that cell was a photograph taken by the investigators. The yellow body bag had already been taken out. But on the floor, drawn in a dead man's blood, was the pentagram. The camera caught it before they hosed the cell down. There were 5 points to the star. It wasn't a perfect drawing. It didn't need to be. Kevin Roby had done what he wanted to do. And standing in the doorway of that cell, with the blood still wet on the walls, one of the officers looked down at the floor and noticed something he didn't report at first. The pentagram wasn't the only symbol Kevin had drawn. There was another mark underneath it, almost hidden by the smear of dried blood. It looked like a single word, scratched into the concrete with something sharp. The officers scrubbed it away before anyone outside could see it. But one of them read it out loud before the water came. It said, "Soon, Story 5, Rachel Hriss lives in St. Augustine, Florida. She's not from there, but she's been there long enough to call it home. She still has the same phone number she had back then. She doesn't know why she keeps it. Sometimes she catches herself opening her texts, looking for Amanda's name. It's been years. She still does it." The day was August 27th, 2015, a Thursday. It was hot. Not the kind of hot you can prepare for. The kind of hot that pushes down on you the second you step outside. Rachel had dropped her kids at daycare and was going to run some errands. She remembers thinking about what to make for dinner. That is what was on her mind. Dinner, 20 minutes later, she was lying in mulch with her arm bleeding, and 2 of her friends dead inside the house. Amanda had texted her earlier that morning. Amanda had to go to court. James had violated the domestic violence injunction again. He had been waiting outside Amanda's house, parking across the street, sending Amanda dozens of messages. Amanda was tired of it. She asked Rachel and Lindy to come over after lunch. She said she didn't want to be alone in the house. Rachel said yes. There was no reason to think it would be dangerous. The injunction was supposed to protect Amanda. James had been warned before. He always pushed the line but never crossed it fully. Amanda said he was obsessed. She said it like it was an inconvenience, not a death sentence. Rachel thought Amanda was right. James was a jealous ex. He was not a murderer. That's what everyone thought. Then there was the photo. A neighbor had sent James a picture of Lamar, shirtless, standing on Amanda's back porch. Lamar was the man Amanda had started seeing after the separation. He was a former military officer. He was calm. He treated Amanda like she mattered. James saw the photo, and something switched inside him. He didn't just hate Lamar. He wanted to destroy him. Amanda told Rachel that James would say things like, "I can't breathe and I'll die without you." She thought it was love. She didn't realize it was possession. Rachel arrived at Amanda's house a little after 1 o'clock. Lindy's car was already in the driveway. Rachel parked behind it and noticed the front door was open. Not wide open, just open a few inches. That was the first wrong thing. Amanda was always careful about locking her doors. Ever since James started showing up, she had been paranoid about it. Rachel stood on the small porch with Lindy. Lindy had brought a sweet tea from a gas station. She was holding it in one hand and pushing the door open with the other. She said something like, "Amanda, we're here." No answer. They walked in. The living room looked like someone had turned it upside down. Drawers were pulled out and dumped on the floor. Papers were scattered everywhere. The couch cushions were slashed. A vase was broken in the kitchen. Amanda's kids' toys were thrown around like garbage. A doll had its head half torn off. There was a single tiny sock on the floor. The television was on, but it was playing static. The kitchen phone was off the hook, making that low, stupid beeping sound. It smelled like sweat and coffee and hot plastic. The whole house felt wrong. Rachel's first thought was that James had lost it. He had broken in and trashed the place looking for Lamar. But then she realized the house was too quiet. There was no sound, no footsteps, no breathing, just the act kicking on. The air got cold. Rachel remembers getting goosebumps on her arms. She thought it was fear. It was. Lindy called out Amanda's name again. They took a few more steps inside. Rachel was behind Lindy, near the door. Amanda still wasn't there. Her car wasn't in the driveway. Rachel thought maybe Amanda was running late. Maybe she got held up at the court. They were standing in the middle of the living room, trying to decide whether to move or leave, when James walked out of the hallway. He did not come out running. He came out calm. Rachel will never understand that. He was wearing a light blue long-sleeved shirt and dark pants. His face was red and splotchy, like he had been crying or sweating, but his eyes were flat, empty. He had a gun in each hand. One was black, the other was dark gray. He was holding them down at his sides like he had just come from a store. He looked at Amanda. Then he looked at Lindy. Then he looked at Rachel, and he said, "Where is he?" He didn't yell. It was almost calm. But he didn't wait for an answer. Amanda stepped forward. She put her hands up, palms out. She said something like, "James, there's no one here." That's when he raised both guns and started shooting. Rachel cannot count the shots. She just remembers the noise. It was not one loud bang. It was a series of cracks, popping and filling the room. Amanda went down after the first one. She hit the floor hard, and James kept shooting. He stood over her and kept firing. Rachel would later learn it was 9 times. 9 bullets into Amanda. There was no pause. No hesitation. He just kept pulling the trigger until the gun clicked. Lindy ran. She ran toward the back bedroom, not toward the front door, not outside. She ran toward the bedroom at the end of the hall because it had a closet. Rachel thinks Lindy was trying to hide. It was a terrible instinct, but it was all she had. James followed her. He didn't run, he walked. Rachel saw him raise the gun in his left hand as he got to the bedroom door. She heard Lindy scream. Then she heard 3 more shots. The first one was loud. The second one was lower. The third one had a pause before it. Then silence. Rachel could not move. She was still near the front door. She heard James come back from the bedroom. She heard his footsteps on the wood floor. Then he looked at her. He raised one of the guns. Rachel turned and ran. She was maybe 3 steps from the door when she felt a hot, hard hit on her upper arm. It was like being slammed with a baseball bat and burned at the same time. She stumbled. Another hit took her in the side, near her hip. She went down on the porch. She rolled off the steps and hit the mulch. She stayed there. She heard James come out onto the porch. She heard him stop. She could feel him looking at her. She didn't move. She didn't breathe. Then she heard the garage door start to open. She heard his truck start. He backed out fast and drove away. Rachel lifted her head enough to see the white truck disappear around the corner. Then she got up. Her arm was bleeding. Her side was wet. She stumbled to Lindy's car, opened the door, grabbed the phone from the center console, and called 911. She gave the address. She told them his name. She said, "He shot them. He shot everyone." Then she started screaming. The police got there fast. They made Rachel sit on the curb. They put a towel on her arm and told her to keep pressure on it. But she kept repeating, "They're in the closet. They're in the closet." She meant Lindy. She didn't know how to say it. An officer went inside with a flashlight. When he came out, his face was gray. Rachel never asked what he saw. She didn't need to. Later at the hospital, they told her Amanda had been shot 9 times. Lindy had been shot 3 times. Rachel had a bullet in her upper arm and a graze on her hip. The doctors said she was lucky. Rachel thought lucky was the wrong word. She felt like she had been shot out of a cannon and left in a field. James was caught in Virginia on September 2nd. He drove there. It took him 6 days. He was arrested at a motel. He had 1 gun with him. The police found it under the driver's seat. He didn't even try to hide it. He just kept driving. When they asked him what happened, he said he didn't remember. He said he must have been sleepwalking. Sleepwalking, that was the defense. At trial, his lawyers brought in doctors. They called it parasomnia. They said James was not aware of what he was doing. They said he woke up in Virginia with no memory of the shooting. Rachel had to sit in that courtroom and listen to that. She watched his face. She saw the same calm he had when he stood over Amanda. Sleepwalkers don't grab 2 guns, drive to a house, break in, wait for hours, and then execute someone. That's not sleep. That's planning. The jury agreed. They convicted him on 2 counts of first-degree murder and 2 counts of attempted murder. They gave him the death penalty. James Cawley Jr. is still on death row. Rachel doesn't know if he's alive or dead right now. She doesn't want to know. She just knows he took something with him out of that house that no one has ever found. The police found 1 gun in his truck. But Rachel saw 2 guns. She saw both of them. James raised both of them at Amanda. He used one on Amanda. He used the other one on Lindy. The police searched the house. They searched his route. They searched the motel. They found 1 gun. The second one was never recovered. James said he threw it in a swamp somewhere on the drive to Virginia. but he couldn't say where. He could not remember the exit. He could not remember anything, except the sleepwalking part. Rachel thinks about that missing gun all the time, not because she wants to find it, because it means James took a secret with him. He stands on death row, and he knows where that gun is. He knows exactly what he did. Whatever he says about sleepwalking is a lie. Rachel knows because she saw his eyes. Sleepwalkers don't aim. They don't step over a body to make sure it's gone. They don't stop on a porch and look down at a wounded woman. That last part, she has never told anyone. When she was lying on the mulch, James stopped at the top of the steps. He looked at her. He looked at her for a long moment. Then, he got in his truck and left. She has never testified to that. She has never said it out loud. She doesn't know why he looked at her. Maybe he wanted to make sure she was dead. Maybe he wanted her to see him leave. Maybe he wanted her to know that he won. But he didn't win. Rachel is still here. She gets up every morning. She makes breakfast for her kids. She drives them to school. She goes to work. She doesn't do it because she's strong. She does it because the other option is staying in that moment on the porch. And she's done staying there. But she still has the same phone number. And she still catches herself looking for Amanda's name. And she still thinks about that second gun. Somewhere out there, it's waiting. James knows where. He's taking it with him. Story 6. Shonda got out of bed, pulled on her coat over her pajamas, and snuck out the front door. She didn't tell her mother. She didn't leave a note. She thought she was going to talk to Amanda and come back before the streetlights turned off. The sky was clear, and the air was cold enough to make her breath white. She saw the car waiting at the curb, engine running. There were 4 of them in the car. Melinda Lovelace was in the front. Lori Tackett was in the back with Hope Rippey, and Tony Lawrence was driving. Shonda realized immediately it wasn't just Amanda. It was older girls. She hesitated at the car door, but they said something about Amanda being farther away, around the corner. She got in the back seat next to Hope. The heater was on, but it wasn't warm enough. The car smelled like cigarettes and grease and a plastic pine tree air freshener. Tony pulled away from the curb. Shonda looked through the back window and saw her house getting smaller until the car turned and it was gone. Nobody was talking about Amanda now. That was the first time her stomach dropped. She asked where Amanda was, and one of them said they'd get her later. She didn't ask again. She knew Melinda had been Amanda's girlfriend before. She knew Melinda was jealous of her and Amanda. She'd heard things in the hallway, the kind of things you think are jokes until you realize no one is joking. Melinda had said she was going to hurt Shonda, or worse, but Shonda was 12 and thought that only happened in movies. Melinda was older. She was bigger, with a voice that could make the air in a room go flat. Shonda didn't know how to act around her. She just knew she didn't want to be in that car. They drove out of Madison, past the houses, past the gas stations that were shut down, out onto a county road where the lights disappeared. Shonda asked again, this time quieter, where they were going. Nobody answered. The radio was on low. It was a country song. Shonda's hands were in her coat pockets. She could feel her own heartbeat in her throat. Then the car pulled off onto a gravel road and stopped. The engine died. Somebody turned off the headlights, and the inside of the car went dark, except for the faint green glow of the stereo. Shonda was about to ask what they were doing when Melinda turned around from the front seat. In the dark, Shonda could see she was holding a knife. It was a kitchen knife with a wooden handle. Melinda didn't say anything. She just reached across the seat and pressed the flat side against Shonda's neck. Shonda couldn't move. She remembered the cold metal more than the pressure. Melinda asked her what she thought she was doing, messing with Amanda. Shonda tried to say she hadn't done anything. Melinda pushed the sharp edge a little closer. She didn't cut her. Not then. Lori was on the other side of the back seat. She had a lighter. Hope had something in her hands too, a small rag. Lori picked up an old shirt from the floor and lit the sleeve on fire with the lighter. The fabric caught fast. It smelled like a burnt match and new smoke. Lori threw it at Shonda. Shonda put her arm up to block it, and the shirt landed on her forearm, stuck to her skin. She screamed. The flame was right there, orange and close. She could hear the noise of it burning. She tried to shake it off, but it wouldn't come off. It left a burn that made her arm feel like it was too tight. Somebody told her to shut up. Hope reached over and sprayed something at her. It hit the burn and her face and her neck. Glass cleaner. The blue kind. The kind with ammonia. It felt like 100 little needles going into the open skin. Shonda thought she knew what pain was. She didn't. She started crying. She was crying and apologizing, saying she didn't want Amanda, she didn't want anything. She would never talk to Amanda again. They didn't listen. The knife came back. Melinda made her get out of the car. It was cold outside, and Shonda's coat had come open. The gravel hurt under her feet because she wasn't wearing shoes, only socks. She was 12, and she was standing in a field in the middle of the night, covered in burns and glass cleaner and blood, and she still didn't fully understand. She kept asking if she could go home. They kept telling her no, but they were calm about it. That was the worst part. They weren't screaming, they were doing things like it was normal, like they had planned it and knew exactly what came next. Lori was the one who burned her. Hope was the one who sprayed the glass cleaner. Melinda held the knife. Tony stayed in the car the whole time. Shonda didn't know if Tony was watching or not. She didn't have time to look. They made her lie down on the ground at some point. The dirt was cold and hard and wet. She felt rope wrap around her wrists. It was thin, nylon rope, the kind that feels rough and scratches. They tied her hands behind her back. Then they tied her ankles, not tight enough to cut off blood, but tight enough that she couldn't get free. She didn't understand why they needed to tie her if they were just going to let her go. They put her back in the car. Maybe she was in the trunk then. She didn't remember. She remembers the trunk opening, the empty dark space, and being lifted in. The trunk lid shut. The sound was heavy, like a door closing in a house. She was alone in the dark, shaking, her hands still tied behind her. Her back was against something hard. She could feel the car move, hear the road through the floor. She didn't scream anymore because no one could hear her. She was in there for a long time. It could have been 10 minutes. It could have been an hour. There was no light, no window, just the noise of the tires and the sloshing of something in the trunk. A gas can. She didn't know it was a gas can then. She later heard one of them say they stopped at an all-night gas station and filled it. She didn't remember that stop because she was in the trunk. When the car stopped again, the trunk popped open. It was Hope who poured the gasoline. Shonda didn't understand at first why her clothes were getting wet and why it smelled so strong. She thought they were pouring something to clean her burns, maybe to make her feel better. She heard the sound of liquid splashing on her coat, on her hair, on the ground around her. She was still lying down, still tied. She couldn't get up. She tried to ask what it was, but her mouth couldn't keep up. Then, Melinda came into her line of sight with a lighter. Shonda heard a voice say to do it. She didn't know which one said it. There was a small click, and then everything was fire. It didn't sound like fire. It sounded like a giant breath, like the air itself caught fire at the same time. It was not pain. It was beyond pain. It was heat and light and the smell of her own burning, and she was still alive. She tried to move, but her wrists were tied. She rolled. The ground was on fire. She could see fire on her arms, on her legs. She could hear herself screaming, but from a long way away. Then the car doors closed and the engine started. The headlights came on. She saw the light through the flame as the car drove away. She was alone in an abandoned soybean field outside Madison. It was January the 11th. The sky was still dark. She was burning, and she was tied, and she was 12 years old, and no one was coming. She didn't die right away. This is the thing people don't believe. The hunters found her the next morning. They thought it was an animal at first, something black in the field. When they got closer, they saw it was a person. They saw the rope. They saw the teeth. What the autopsy showed, and you can still read it if you want, was that Shonda Sharer survived the knife threats, the burn from the shirt, the glass cleaner, the ropes, and the long ride in the trunk. She was alive when they poured the gasoline. She was alive when Melinda lit it. The coroner's report said she suffered for up to 10 hours before being burned. 10 hours. She had endured almost a whole school day of pain before the fire even started. Her face was so badly burned that the features were gone. They could only identify her through the teeth. Her teeth were clenched. The muscles in her jaw had locked from agony. They could not open her mouth. They had to practically cut the jaw apart to do the autopsy. There's no version of that night where Shonda made it. But the fact that she was conscious for that many hours, maybe not all the time, maybe some of the time, with her hands tied, burned, cut, soaked in gasoline, that is a detail that changes you when you read it. She lived through the ride. She lived through the field. She lived through the sound of the car leaving. Then the sun came up. Her body was found. Jackie Scherer reported her daughter missing the morning of January 11th. By the afternoon, hunters had found her. The 4 girls were caught quickly because teenagers talk. They told each other not to say anything, but they did. They were tried as adults. Melinda Loveless and Lori Tackett got 60 years each. Hope Rippey got 50. Tony Lawrence got 20. They all got out eventually. Tony Lawrence got out in 2000. Hope Rippey got out in 2006. Lori Tackett got out in 2018. Melinda Loveless got out in 2019. That's less than 30 years for someone who stood there and watched a child burn. Less than 30 years for the 60 they were supposed to serve. Shonda's father didn't survive it. The grief ate him. He started drinking after the trial and never really stopped. He died from it, plain and simple. The family fell apart. Shonda's mother had to live in the same small town where people still drove past that soybean field. She had to hear the rumors and the versions, people saying Shonda was a lesbian and that's why she got killed, as if that made it okay. It didn't. There was national outrage about it. It was on tabloid TV and in newspapers. People were horrified. 4 teenage girls torturing a 12-year-old, not for money, not for a reason, just because Melinda was jealous of a girl. It didn't make sense. It still doesn't make sense. Then, years later, the more twisted part happened. Melinda Loveless, the one who lit the match, became the kind of story that people call inspirational. She trained service dogs in prison. She did therapy. She said she found God. She gave interviews about being forgiven. Many people couldn't stand it. But then Jackie Scherer, Shonda's mother, out of all people, said she forgave her. She said it publicly. She said she did it for herself, not for Melinda. That was the most generous and confusing thing a mother could ever do. A lot of people hated her for it. A lot of people didn't understand. But Jackie said holding on to the anger was killing her, and she wanted to live. People still talk about what happened to Shonda Scherer. They ask how this could happen. They ask what the girls were thinking. They ask about Amanda Heverin, who wasn't in the car, who lost her friend and had to live as the reason for something she didn't cause. They want a neat answer. There isn't one. What remains is the field. The soybean field is still there, maybe not looked after, maybe changed. The rope is gone. The fire is gone. But Shonda Shar's teeth were found in the black ground, and they were clenched. They were so clenched that no one could get her mouth open. Even in death, her body was holding on. When they cut her jaw to do the autopsy, it made a sound that one of the witnesses never forgot. It was the sound of a child holding her breath, refusing to let go. The last thing found in her stomach was nothing. She hadn't eaten. She had been out there in the dark, alone, for 10 hours, with nothing in her but fear and pain and the smell of her own burning skin. No one knows what she thought during those hours. No one knows if she prayed, or if she saw her mother's face, or if she just forgot how to think. The only person who knows for sure was Melinda, and Melinda doesn't say. She just trains dogs now, and Jackie says she forgives her. That's the part that still doesn't feel real. Story 7. Gavin Bogle doesn't talk about his dad. Not to the kids at school, not to the foster families, not even to the therapists the court keeps sending him to. He's 16 now, got a learner's permit, and a job bagging groceries on weekends, and most people in Windsor look at him and just see some quiet kid who keeps to himself. They don't know that the last time he saw his father's face was in a courtroom in January of 22, and that his father looked nothing like the man in the old photos his mom kept in a shoebox under her bed. That night started like any other Saturday in early June. His mom had made spaghetti with meat sauce, the kind that came from a jar but tasted better because she added extra garlic powder and sugar. It was hot, even with the windows open, and the box fan in the kitchen was just pushing the warm air around. The apartment at 317 ran on 3 floors, and theirs was on the top. Little 3-story walk-up with a balcony off the living room that his mom said she never used because the railing was loose. She was 29 years old, 135 pounds, and worked double shifts at a diner downtown. She had a tattoo of a butterfly on her right ankle that she got when she was 19, and always said she regretted it, but she never got it covered up. Gavin went to bed around 9:30. He remembers the exact time because his mom made him turn off his tablet, and he watched the red numbers on her clock radio flip over. She was sitting on the edge of his bed, and she smelled like lavender lotion and the Marlboro lights she smoked on the fire escape after he fell asleep. She kissed his forehead, told him she loved him, and said she'd wake him up for pancakes in the morning. She called him her little man. He was 9 years old. He doesn't remember falling asleep. He remembers the heat, the way his sheets stuck to his legs, and then he was awake because of a sound. It wasn't loud. It was a scrape, metal on concrete, coming from the direction of the living room. He thought it was a cat. There were stray cats all over the building, and sometimes they'd get on the balcony and knock over his mom's plant pots. He lay still, listening, and the scraping stopped. Then he heard footsteps. Soft, but definitely footsteps. Not a cat. He remembers the exact feeling of his heart starting to beat harder, that thump, thump, thump in his chest that felt like it was in his throat instead. His bedroom door opened. There's a weird thing about that door, the way it always drifted open on its own because the building had settled and the frame was crooked. He'd asked his mom why she didn't fix it, and she'd said their landlord wouldn't fix a squeaky wheel, let alone a crooked door. So the door opened, and there was a man standing in the hallway. Gavin's room was at the end of the hall, so the light from the living room window behind the man made him a silhouette. He was tall, broad-shouldered, and he walked slowly into the room, like he owned the place. Gavin couldn't see his face, just the outline of his head and his shoulders. The man stopped about 3 feet from the bed, and Gavin could smell him from there. It was rage and sweat and that sharp, sour smell of cheap liquor. The man leaned down and put one hand on the mattress beside Gavin's head. His voice was low and kind of slurred but steady. He said, "Go back to sleep." And Gavin did. That's the part that haunts him. That's the part he can't shake. He was terrified, but he closed his eyes. Why would you close your eyes? Why would you pretend to be asleep when a stranger is standing over your bed in the middle of the night? He tells himself he was 9. He was half asleep. He was scared. But there's a part of him that wonders if he'd stayed awake, if he'd screamed, if he'd done anything other than just lay there with his eyes squeezed shut, if maybe things would have been different. He knows it's not logical. An adult man, a guy who was still high and drunk, probably would have hurt him too. But the thought never goes away. He heard the man leave the room. There were a few seconds of quiet, and then he heard his mother. She was sleeping on the couch in the living room because it was too hot in her bedroom. She had the TV on low, some movie with explosions in it, and the light was flickering off the walls. He heard her make a sound, a half-asleep kind of mumble, like she was asking who was there. And then there was a gasp. It wasn't a scream. It was the sound of a person getting the air knocked out of them. And then there were bumping sounds, like furniture being pushed around, and more gasping, and something that sounded like a grunt. And then nothing. Silence. The TV was still on. He could hear the muffled explosions and the voices from the movie, but no sound from his mom. No talking, no moving, no breath. Just the TV. The silence was worse than the noise. It was the kind of silence that has weight, that presses down on you. He stayed in his bed, frozen, for what felt like an hour but was probably only a few minutes. He didn't get up. He didn't call out. He just lay there, listening, staring at the crack of light coming from under his door. When he finally moved, he had to pee. He was a little kid, and his bladder was full, and the fear made it worse. He crept out of bed, walked to the door, and opened it slowly. The living room light was still off, but the TV was casting that blue glow. He saw a shape on the floor. It was his mom, lying on her back, one arm splayed out, the other bent weirdly under her body. Her face was turned toward the TV, and he could see her eyes. They were open. He remembers thinking she was looking at the screen, watching the movie, waiting for the good part. And then he saw the red marks on her neck, and the way her tongue was sticking out just a little. He didn't scream. He stood there, in his Paw Patrol pajamas, and he just stared at her. The TV show went to a commercial break, and the volume got louder, blasting some car commercial into the room. That snapped him out of it. He ran back into his room and hid in the closet with his back against the wall and his hands over his ears, singing his alphabet song over and over in his head to drown out the sound of that car commercial. That's how the police found him about 45 minutes later. The neighbor down the hall, Michelle, was the one who called them. She later told police she'd been up and saw an unfamiliar man climbing down the balcony railings to the parking lot. She said she thought it was a burglar and called 911. The responding officers were first on scene, and a rookie cop found the front door unlocked, walked in, and after checking the living room, heard the muffled sound of a kid singing in the closet. The crime scene was a disaster. They didn't even try to keep it neat. Gavin remembers being carried out of the apartment by a big officer and he remembers seeing his mom's foot, that butterfly tattoo, sticking out from underneath a sheet they'd put on her. They took him to a neighbor's apartment, and the officer who carried him, a woman with short hair, sat with him and gave him a Capri Sun and a pack of peanut butter crackers. She asked him if he saw anything, and he told her about the man, the silhouette, the smell of the liquor, the voice saying, "Go back to sleep." He didn't tell her that he'd closed his eyes. He was ashamed of that part. The investigation was fast. Crime scene techs lifted fingerprints off the balcony railing and the door frame, but the big piece was the Dina. Under Autumn Taggart's fingernails, they found skin cells. She'd clawed at her attacker. The Dina went through the national database out of Ottawa, and it came back matching a 27-year-old Canadian citizen named Gesh Bogle. Gerald Bogle? George? No, it was Gesh. Gesh Bogle. Gavin's dad. He wasn't the deadbeat they thought he was. He wasn't even supposed to be in Windsor on June 9th. He was living in Michigan, over in Detroit. He'd been in Windsor visiting a friend. Gavin's mom had full custody, and Gesh had visitation rights that he rarely used. He was a drinker, a user, a guy who couldn't hold a job, but he wasn't violent, not that anyone knew of. But on the night of the murder, he was flying high and soaking wet. The story that came out was that earlier in the evening, Gesh had bought drugs from his neighbor, a woman named Michelle. They think he was buying more than weed, maybe pills, but the official reports just say an illicit substance. He'd paid her, and she'd shorted him or sold him fake product. He was furious. He went back to the apartment building where Michelle lived, the very same 3-story walk-up that Gavin and his mom lived in. He was in that state of mind where he was seeing red, not thinking straight. He took the stairs to the 3rd floor, went to what he thought was Michelle's door, and when he couldn't get in, he climbed up to the balcony. But he got the wrong apartment. He counted the balconies wrong. Or he was too drunk to remember which door was hers. He ended up on Gavin's mom's balcony, not Michelle's. When Autumn woke up and saw him trying the sliding glass door, she must have screamed. He panicked. He got inside, got his hands around her neck, and squeezed until she stopped moving. He was so out of it that he didn't even realize she had a kid until the police asked him about it during the interrogation in Washington State, where he eventually got caught. He'd fled. After the murder, he drove back across the border into Michigan, slept in his car, then drove across the country. When they arrested him in a motel outside of Seattle, Washington, he'd shaved his head, grown a patchy beard, and was using a fake ID under the name Marcus Dean. He'd also changed the color of his car with a spray-on wrap kit he'd bought at an auto parts store. They said he was surprised when they put the cuffs on. He kept asking what he was being arrested for, even after they told him. He asked if it was about a stolen motorcycle. It wasn't. Gavin didn't go to the trial. He didn't want to see his dad, and the victim services people said he didn't have to. He lived with his mom's sister in Tecumseh for a couple of years. His aunt tried to talk to him about what happened, but he'd just go blank. He'd nod and say he was fine, but he wasn't fine. Years later, in January of 22, the judge sentenced Gesh Bogle to life in prison with parole eligibility after 25 years for first-degree murder. In Canada, that's not a death sentence. It's a maybe someday you'll walk free sentence. Gavin was 12 at the sentencing. He didn't go, but he heard them read it on the news. They showed a photo of his dad being led away in a gray sweater, his head shaved, his eyes empty. The reporter said Gesh had apologized in court, something about being torn up with remorse, that he'd been drunk and not in his right mind. He said he was sorry. Gavin doesn't know how to feel about that. He mostly just feels the silence. That silence in the living room after his mom stopped making sound. He still hears it sometimes, in the quiet moments when the world goes still. And there's one detail, one thing that's really messed up, that he can't tell anyone, not even his aunt. When that man leaned over his bed and said, "Go back to sleep," Gavin recognized something. Not the voice. He'd never heard his father's voice that close. It was the smell. It wasn't just cheap liquor and sweat. It was that specific brand of cologne. That cheap stuff from the drugstore that came in a black box with a red stripe. It was the same cologne his dad always wore when he came to pick him up for a visit. Gavin had his head buried in his pillow, but he breathed it in, and he knew. Some part of him knew it was his dad standing over his bed. He never told the police. He never told anyone. He doesn't know if he was protecting his father, or protecting himself, or just too scared to say it out loud. But he's lived with it for 7 years. He thinks about it every time he hears a stranger's footsteps, every time he smells that cheap cologne on someone in a checkout line. He was a kid who closed his eyes and his mother died. And the last thing his father ever said to him, the very last words he ever spoke to his only son, were not "I love you," but "Go back to sleep." Story 8. Miguel El Fantasma Rivera didn't exist until the day they took him. That's not a dramatic way to say he was private. That's the literal truth. In 2019, after a SWAT team broke down the door of a rented house in a small Florida town, the first problem was identifying the man on the floor. He had no driver's license, no birth certificate, no social security number, no records from any hospital, school, or employer. The only thing in his pockets was a folded piece of paper with a phone number written in pencil, and the number didn't connect to anything. For almost 3 decades, he had run one of the biggest drug and human smuggling operations on the border, and he did it by making sure that on paper, he was nobody. The house they found him in didn't look like the base of an empire. It was a 1-story building with white paint peeling off the wood in long strips. The lawn was mostly dirt and cigarette butts. The mailbox had no name on it. The neighbors said they thought the place had been empty for years. Nobody ever saw anyone arrive or leave. That was because Miguel didn't leave. He had turned the back bedroom into a kind of cave. Black curtains were taped over the windows. The only furniture was a mattress on the floor, a plastic chair, and an old electric typewriter. On a small table next to the chair, under an overturned cup, there was a paper map of the border between Texas and Mexico. Someone had drawn a red line from a point in the middle of the desert straight north to Interstate 10. That map was the closest thing to a confession he ever gave. The raid itself lasted less than 3 minutes. It happened at 6 in the morning on a Tuesday in April of 2019. The team wasn't even sure the house was occupied. They had a tip from a source, but the source had never met Miguel in person. He described the man as small and old, with gray hair and a face that looked tired. That was all. When the door came off the hinges, the agents moved through the living room and kitchen, which were empty. The kitchen sink had a single plate in it, cleaned with a sponge. The refrigerator had 2 bottles of water and a jar of applesauce. It looked like the home of someone who had stopped taking care of himself a long time ago. They found Miguel in the back bedroom. He was sitting on the floor with his back against the wall, not on the mattress. His hands were resting on his knees. He was wearing an old blue shirt with the word "cancer" printed on it, and a pair of shorts. He was so thin that the skin on his neck didn't look like skin, it looked like paper. He didn't move when the door broke. He didn't raise his hands. One of the agents later said that for a second, he thought the man was dead. But then, Miguel blinked. He looked at the floor, not at the agents. He said something so low that the agent had to lean in to hear it. He said, "The water is warm." Then he didn't say anything else for the next 8 hours. Part of what made the case so hard was that Miguel's whole life was built on being forgettable. He didn't use the same name twice. He paid for everything with money orders from grocery stores. He never owned a car, a house, or a phone in his real name. People who met him described him as a shadow, a man who stood in corners and spoke quietly. His nickname, El Fantasma, didn't come from the press. It came from the people who worked for him. They used it because they didn't think he was a real person. Some of them believed he was a ghost or an invention, a name that higher-level guys used to avoid taking responsibility. But the case broke in a way that none of those people could have predicted. It started in 2018, in the middle of the desert in Arizona. A 19-year-old courier got pulled over on Interstate 10 because his taillight was out. The state trooper noticed the driver was shaking, and that alone was reason enough to look closer. In the trunk, under a blanket, there was a duffel bag with 2 kilos of powder. It tested positive for fentanyl. The driver said he had no idea what it was and no idea who asked him to take it across the state. He had a phone in the cup holder. It wasn't locked. That decision, leaving his phone unlocked, is probably the reason Miguel is in prison today. Inside the phone, there was an encrypted messaging app. The kid had left a chat open. The messages were in Spanish, but they weren't written like normal conversations. They were written like shipping orders. One said, "The avocado truck leaves at 2:45. Make sure the driver takes the 85 exit, not the 10. The old man doesn't want any more red tags." Another said, "The lady says the blue tags are late. Tell the foreman to move the merchandise before Thursday." At first, the agent thought it was about produce. But then he opened the other chats and saw names with no last names and coordinates that matched a ranch in Sonora. Red tags meant dead people. Blue tags meant women who were brought across with no documents. Merchandise meant people. By the time the forensic team finished with the phone, they had a map of Miguel's network. It wasn't one organization. It was a web of small cells that never communicated with each other. Each cell had a leader, and each letter reported to a different intermediary. The intermediaries only knew a person on the phone who used the code name EF. That was El Fantasma. The messages from EF were never long. They were always instructions about routes, prices, and deliveries. The tone was cold and practical. There were no threats, no shouting, no emojis. The agents who read them said it felt like reading instructions for a factory, except the factory processed people. The accountants found the real trail. Miguel wasn't stupid enough to keep money in a bank under his name. But he was human, and humans make mistakes. He set up a system to launder cash through 311 checking accounts at small credit unions in Texas, North Carolina, Florida, and Oklahoma. Each account was opened in the name of a real person. The twist was that each person had already been reported missing. Some had been missing for years. The accounts were opened with stolen identities, and the deposits were made in amounts under $10,000 to avoid bank reports. Once the money was in, it was transferred to another account in the name of another missing person. By the time it came out, it looked like a payment for vegetables. The agents called it ghost banking. It worked for years because no one ever looked for money belonging to people who were already dead. The trafficking side was worse than the drugs. They found that out later, but some of it came out on the day of the raid. In a filing cabinet in the Florida house, there was a manila folder with photographs. The agents didn't want to look at them, but they had to. The photos were of young women standing in front of a cinder block wall, holding numbers on a card. Some of them had bruises. Some of them looked too young to be in a photo like that. The photographers had written the date on the back in pencil. The most recent date was 4 days before the raid. That was the part that made the agents sick. Miguel hadn't stopped. He was sitting alone in a rented house in Florida, but his fingers were still on the whole thing. The trucks were still moving, the routes were still open, and the clients were still paying. Miguel's network was built on logistics, not violence. That's why he lasted so long. He didn't drive the cars. He didn't cross the border. He didn't handle the girls or the drugs. He paid off border inspectors and warehouse managers. He ran a produce import business with a fleet of 12 trucks that had false floors designed to hold 70 people at a time. The people were brought across the border at a ranch in Sonora. They were told they were going to construction jobs in the southeast. Instead, some were taken to a warehouse outside Atlanta, where they were sorted by age and strength. The strong ones were sent to farms and factories. The young women were sent to clubs and private apartments. The money came back through the same produce trucks, hidden in boxes of lettuce. A federal investigator once said that Miguel didn't move cocaine. He moved futures. He sold people a version of the future and then took it away. The dismantling didn't happen in one dramatic moment. It happened over months. The agents seized the trucks. They froze the credit union accounts. They started picking off the border handlers one by one, and each one gave up a little more information. But none of them had ever met Miguel. They all dealt with a man who wore a medical mask and sunglasses, and always sat in the back of a van. The description matched nothing. Every time the agents got close, the person they were watching would go silent. That was the thing that made Miguel different. He didn't kill witnesses. He made them disappear into the system. He had files on everyone who worked for him, including the people they cared about. No one on his payroll ever used their real name. So when the agents arrested a mid-level guy, the guy didn't know his own boss. By the time they took Miguel to booking, they had enough to charge him with murder, drug trafficking, human trafficking, kidnapping, money laundering, and a list of other crimes that took up 2 pages. The federal prosecutor wanted to put him away forever. But the trial wasn't dramatic. Miguel didn't try to escape. He didn't make threats. He sat in a beige suit that was too big for him and watched the witnesses. Some of the witnesses cried. Some of them couldn't look at him. He never changed his expression. It was like he had already left his body and gone somewhere else. At the end, when the judge asked if he had anything to say, Miguel stood up and said, "I never hurt anyone. I only opened a door." He sat down. The jury took 4 hours to find him guilty on all counts. The judge sentenced him to life without parole. There was no applause. The people in the gallery just stared at the back of his head, waiting for him to turn around. He didn't. After the trial, the federal task force thought they had finished. They hadn't. Miguel's network didn't die with his arrest. It split into 3 pieces. The transport routes went to a man named R.L. Serrano Morales, who had been one of Miguel's most trusted drivers. The trafficking operations went to a woman called Isabella La Dama de Anovega, who was known in the smuggling world as the Lady, because she never got her hands dirty. The money and the identity vaults went to a man named Victor LCIO Salazar, who took over the ghost banking system. None of these 3 were ever arrested in connection with Miguel's case. They were mentioned in court documents, but they were never charged. The prosecutor later said that Miguel had designed the network so that even if you captured him, there would be no empty seat. every position had a replacement ready. Miguel is still in prison. He's in a federal facility on the East Coast, and the guards say he's quiet and polite. He doesn't complain. He eats the same food as everyone else. He has a small television in his cell, and he watches the news every night. He receives visitors, mostly lawyers, but also a few people who say they are relatives. The prison screens all the mail. One guard told a reporter that Miguel writes letters every morning to people he calls clients. The letters are always innocent. They mention the weather and the food, but every letter ends with the same sentence. The avocado truck is early. Nobody on the outside knows what that means. The guards don't know either. But every time the reporter asked, the guard said he felt like it was a code, and he couldn't prove it. But the thing that still bothers the people who were in that Florida house isn't the ledger or the trial or the letters. It's the freezer. On the day of the raid, before they found Miguel, one of the agents noticed a chest freezer on the front porch. It was locked with a padlock. They thought it was drugs, so they cut the lock and lifted the lid. Inside, there was nothing except a child's shoe. It was small, with a pink strap and a scuffed toe. The lab later found traces of diesel fuel and desert soil on the shoe. They matched those traces to the ranch in Sonora, where Miguel's trucks used to pick up migrants. They never found the other shoe. They never found the child. There was no record of a missing child in the files, but the shoe was there, and it was real. At the end of the day, when the last agent walked out of the house, he stopped on the porch. The freezer door was still open. Next to it, on the dirty cement, there was a hair tie. It wasn't there when the agents went in. Miguel was already in handcuffs, sitting in the back of a patrol car. No one else had been inside the house. The agent picked it up and put it in his pocket. He didn't tell the others. He still has it, as far as anyone knows. And sometimes, when he can't sleep, he looks at it and wonders if the owner of that shoe came back for the other one, or if she was already gone. Story 9. In 1998, Randy was a deputy with the Greene County Sheriff's Office. He'd been on the job about 5 years. Dalton, Arkansas was a farming town, cotton and soybeans, nothing much going on. The kind of place where a domestic disturbance call usually meant somebody's dog got into somebody else's trash, or a drunk uncle was yelling at a family barbecue. You didn't expect the real thing there. Not that kind of real thing. He knew Carl Elliott from around. Carl was a mechanic and a carpenter. He could rebuild an engine and frame a wall, all with the same calloused hands. Lisa was his wife, a quiet woman who kept to herself. They had 2 kids, Felicia and Gregory. Felicia was 7, all arms and legs, the kind of kid who ran around barefoot even when the gravel was hot. Gregory was 6, a little boy who collected rocks and bugs and brought them home in his pockets. They lived in an old farmhouse about 10 minutes out of town, on a gravel road that turned to mud every time it rained. Randy had helped Carl haul a fridge onto that porch once. They weren't rich, but they were okay. The night it happened was July 30th, 1998. A bad storm had rolled through. Rain coming down in sheets, lightning hitting close enough to shake the windows. Randy was on shift alone. The dispatch call came in around 11:30. A neighbor called in a domestic disturbance at the Elliott residence. Said she could hear shouting, maybe a child crying. She didn't know what to do, so she called. Randy remembers the drive out there. The wipers couldn't keep up. The cruiser's headlights just bounced off the dark. The road was slick, and he had to slow down. He remembers the smell of wet gravel and the sound of rain hitting the roof. His radio crackled, but he didn't feel the need to call it in. It was a quiet call. He figured he'd go out, calm things down, maybe give Carl a warning to keep it down. Then he'd come home. He pulled up to the house. The porch light was on. That was the only light coming from the whole place. The rain was so loud he could hear it over the engine. He sat in the cruiser for a second and watched. Everything was still. Too still, maybe. But he didn't think about that then. He got out and walked up to the porch. The wood was wet and he nearly slipped. He knocked on the door hard and announced that he was with the sheriff's office. He waited. No answer. He knocked again, harder. The door finally opened. Carl Elliott was standing there, soaking wet, wearing a t-shirt and jeans. His eyes were red. He was breathing a little heavy. Randy asked if everything was okay. Carl said they were fine. Said Lisa had gotten scared of the storm. They had an argument, but it was over now. He said the neighbor must have heard him raise his voice and overreacted. Carl had a way of talking that made you listen. He was a steady guy. Randy believed him. Still, Randy stepped inside. The living room was dim. He saw Lisa standing at the end of the hall, in the doorway to the kitchen. She was wearing a robe. Her hair was wet. Her face was pale, almost gray. She had one hand on the door frame like she was holding herself up. Randy asked if she was okay. She nodded. She didn't say a word. She didn't look him in the eye. She looked at the floor, or at the hallway, or somewhere else. Randy asked to see the kids. Carl told him they were asleep. He said it quick, almost too quick. But there was no reason to demand it. The house was quiet. No one was screaming. No furniture was broken. Lisa had no marks on her face that Randy could see. He told Carl to call dispatch if anything else happened. Carl said he would. He thanked him. That's what tore Randy up the most. Carl thanked him. Randy stepped back outside. The rain had slowed a little. As he walked to the cruiser, he glanced up at the upstairs window on the left side of the house. He thought he saw a small face in the glass, a pale blur, just for a second. He told himself it was one of the kids, peeking out at the storm. Maybe Gregory. He didn't think about it again until later. He got in the cruiser and pulled away. That was the last time he saw Carl Elliott alive. At 6:15 the next morning, Randy got a call. It was the sheriff, not dispatch. A woman had gone out to the Elliott place to see her stepdaughter Lisa and found something on the porch. Randy didn't wait. He got dressed and drove out with his heart hammering in his chest. The rain had stopped overnight, but the sky was gray and heavy. The gravel road was still mud. He pulled into the driveway and saw a sheriff's vehicle and a paramedic truck. The porch light was still on. The first thing he saw was a woman sitting on the grass, crying, held by a paramedic. That was Lisa's stepmother. She couldn't talk. She just pointed at the porch. Randy walked up the steps, and then he saw her. Lisa Elliott was lying on her back, half on the porch, half off. Her head was toward the door. Her legs were twisted under her. There was a tire iron jammed into her throat. The handle was sticking out, covered in blood and rain. Her face was swollen and cut. Her eyes were open. She looked surprised, like she couldn't understand what had happened to her. There was blood everywhere. It had pooled under her head and ran down the porch boards and dripped off the edge. Randy had seen bodies before, car wrecks, hunting accidents. But this was different. He went inside. The front door was unlocked. He called out, but no one answered. The living room was neat and the TV off, a glass on the coffee table.
He walked down the hall to the kids' room. The door was closed. He pushed it open. Gregory was on the floor between the bed and the wall. He was under a blanket, but the blanket had been pulled down, and Randy could see his face. The little boy had been stabbed and beaten. There was so much blood. It was everywhere, on the mattress, on the wall, on the toys scattered on the floor. Randy backed out of the room and hit the wall with his shoulder. He went outside and threw up into the bushes. Felicia was gone. Carl was gone. At first, everyone thought Carl had done it and taken Felicia, but Randy knew Carl. Carl had never been a violent man, and the way Lisa was killed, the tire iron, the rage, it didn't feel like a husband snapping. It felt like a murder. But where was Carl? 2 days later, on the 1st of August, a fisherman found a body caught in a snag on the 11-Point River. It was Carl Elliott. He had been shot twice in the head. That was no domestic. That was an execution. Now Randy had a different puzzle. Carl dead, Lisa dead, Gregory dead, Felicia missing. They searched the woods, the river, the old barns. They brought in dogs. Randy volunteered for every shift. He walked through briars and mud, calling Felicia's name until his voice was gone. He kept thinking about her face in the window. He kept thinking about Lisa, standing in the kitchen doorway, not saying a word. But there were no leads, not for a long time. Then the Green family name came up. Billy Green was a drug dealer. He ran marijuana and meth through the county. His son Chad was once Carl's friend. They used to work on cars together. There were rumors that Carl had gotten tangled up with Billy over some stolen marijuana plants.
Carl owed Billy money, and Billy wasn't the kind to forgive a debt. People in Dalton started whispering about that, but nobody came forward. Billy and Chad had alibis. They denied everything. For 2 years, Felicia was a name on a poster. Randy saw her face every time he went to the store. He thought maybe she was still alive. He thought maybe she was out there somewhere, waiting to be found. He didn't know the truth. Not yet. Then, in October of 2000, a hunter found her remains in a dry creek bed about 5 miles from the house. Skeletal remains. A small skull, a pink shoe, a few bones. They identified her through her teeth and a bracelet she wore. Randy went to the site. He stood at the edge and watched. He couldn't go any closer. He knew it was Felicia before they confirmed it. The case went cold for a while. Then, in 2003, Billy Green's ex-wife Mary walked into the sheriff's office. She looked scared. She said she needed to talk about the Elliott murders. She said Chad had confessed to her years before that Billy and he had done it. She gave names, details, evidence. That was the break they needed. Chad was brought in. Under pressure, he broke. He said Billy killed Carl over the stolen marijuana plants. Then they went to the house in the middle of the night. Billy took a tire iron from the truck. Chad said he heard the screams. He said Billy killed Lisa on the porch and killed Gregory inside. Then Billy grabbed Felicia and took her. Chad said they kept her alive for 2 days. They locked her in a trash can. In the heat. In July, in Arkansas, with no water, no food, no shade. She was 7 years old. She cried. Billy told her to shut up. Then, when they were done with her, Billy drowned her and cut her throat. Randy had to leave the room when he heard that. He went to the bathroom and put his hands against the wall. He could hear the rain in his memory. He could see the porch light. He could see Lisa's face. And he knew that face in the window had been Felicia. She had been alive in that house. She had watched him leave. In 2004, Billy Green and Chad Green were both convicted. Billy got the death penalty. Chad got 40 years. Randy thought it was over. He thought maybe he could learn to live with it. But in 2006, Billy's conviction was overturned. The court said Mary's testimony was inadmissible. Something about how it was obtained. So Billy got a new trial. They had to start all over again. Randy couldn't believe it. He watched Billy Green sit in a courtroom and act like he was the victim. In 2012, the retrial happened. Billy testified against his own son. He said Chad had been abusing Felicia, that Carl found out and threatened to go to the police, and so Chad killed him. Billy said Chad came back to the house and killed Lisa and Gregory, and took Felicia. He said he only helped cover it after. Chad told a different story. He said Billy did everything. The jury didn't know who to believe. They couldn't agree on who actually killed anybody. But in the end, they gave them both life without parole. Billy Green and Chad Green are both in prison now. They're going to die there. Dalton thought that would bring some kind of peace. It didn't. Randy still lives there. He's not a deputy anymore. He works at a hardware store now. He still drives past the Elliott house every now and then, on his way to visit his mother. The house is falling apart. The porch is gray and sagging. The upstairs window is cracked. No one has lived there in years. But Randy always looks up. He spent 20-odd years going over that night. He can tell you exactly how the rain sounded. He can tell you how the porch light flickered. He can tell you how Lisa looked at him from the kitchen doorway, her hand on the frame, not saying a word. He can tell you that he thought about going back inside to check on the kids. He didn't. He drove away. And the last thing he saw, reflected in the headlights, was a small pale face in the upstairs window. He's never told anyone that. He's never been able to say it out loud, but he knows it was Felicia. She watched him pull away. And then somebody turned the porch light off, and the rain swallowed the sound of his engine, and he kept going. Randy Barber is a quiet man. He doesn't talk about the Elliott case. He just checks the rearview mirror every time he passes a house that's been empty for 20 years, and he sees a little girl who is still waiting. Story 10. This happened in Keller, Texas, in October of 2011. If you've never been to Keller, it's one of those suburbs that looks like it was drawn to sell you a picture of the American dream. Lawns you could eat off. Streets so quiet you could hear your neighbor's sprinkler. The kind of place where people wave at the mailman and leave the garage door open. That's where Greg Williams lived. He was a salesman, 50 years old, the sort of man who fixed your fence and never asked for anything. Everybody in the neighborhood liked Greg. You couldn't not like him. He was solid. He was predictable. He was the kind of man a woman settles down with when she's done having adventures. Michelle was not that kind of woman. She was younger, blonde, fit, always smiling, always dressed like she had somewhere better to be. People said Greg seemed happier than they'd ever seen him. He treated her like she was made of glass. He bragged about her, how she was into fitness, how she was going to start her own business. In the whole community, there was exactly one person who ever said anything bad about that marriage, and that person was her. The morning of the murder, the street woke up to sirens. Not one siren, a whole wave coming down the block. Police cars, an ambulance, more police. Neighbors gathered on their lawns in bathrobes, holding coffee, watching. That's what people in Keller did. They watched. The first officer was inside for maybe 2 minutes before he called for backup. The second officer out was white in the face. He stood on the porch and breathed into his hand. Whatever he saw in that bedroom took something out of him. Greg was on his back, in bed, under the covers. One gunshot to the head. The blood had soaked the pillow and run down onto the sheets. There were no signs of a fight. There were no signs of anyone else in the house. The door wasn't forced. The windows weren't broken. Nothing was taken. There was $3,000 in cash on the bedroom dresser, sitting right out in the open, untouched. And the whole bedroom smelled like bleach. The house itself was tidy. Too tidy. A glass of water on the nightstand. A paperback book face down on the carpet, like someone had been reading and just set it down. The bedroom looked like a showroom. The only things out of place were the body and the bleach. And then there was Michelle. She was sitting on the grass in front of the house, wrapped in an emergency blanket with a fresh bandage on her forehead. The paramedics were checking on her. She had a cut that had been bleeding. You could see it through the gauze. She told the police that a man had broken in, had hit her with a wrench, had gone to the bedroom and shot her husband, and had run. She said she hid in a closet. She said she called 911. She told the story clean, straight, with no tears. There were things about that story that should have been obvious from minute one. She was wearing jeans, a clean white shirt, tennis shoes. She had makeup on, full makeup. Mascara, foundation, lipstick. She had applied the lipstick after the attack, because there was no lipstick on the bandage and no blood on the lipstick. Who does that? Who, after being attacked with a wrench and finding her husband shot, puts on lipstick? The paramedic said she asked if the cut would leave a scar. She didn't ask about her husband. Her husband was dead, and she was worried about her face. When the police put her in the squad car to take her to the hospital, one of the officers, a young guy, new to the department, tried to console her. He said, "Mrs. Williams, I'm so sorry for your loss." Michelle looked at him, not a single tear on her face, and said, "Do you know where the crime scene photos end up? I need to see if my house is a mess." That officer broke down on the stand when he told that story. That's the kind of woman she was. At the hospital, she checked out in under an hour. The gash on her head had been glued shut and bandaged. She didn't stay for observation. She had somewhere to be. A friend drove her. And less than 3 hours after her husband's body was taken to the morgue, Michelle Williams sat down in a Denny's and ordered the Grand Slam, pancakes, bacon, eggs, coffee. She ate all of it. She ate the pancakes one by one, slicing them neatly, dipping each piece in the syrup. She ate the bacon. She ate the eggs. She asked for extra butter. She asked for more syrup. She scraped the plate clean. She sat back, looked out the window, and said, "I feel so much better." The friend who drove her later told police that Michelle finished her coffee, checked her phone, and said, "It's crazy how something like this makes you hungry." The friend thought it was shock. It wasn't. It was relief. The detectives worked the case for a few weeks. It never was a real case, not really. It was a checklist. Forced entry, missing. Cash, untouched. Victim, full of sleeping pills. The tox screen came back with enough sleep medication in Greg's system to knock out a horse. She had ground the pills up and put them in his drink before bed. He went to sleep and never woke up. And then the financial records came back, and there it was. A life insurance policy for $600,000, taken out 2 months before his death. The beneficiary was Michelle. The agent at the insurance office remembered her because Michelle had asked, loud enough for the whole office to hear, "If something happens in the first year, do we still get paid?" The agent laughed it off at the time. Nobody laughed later. They found a pharmacy receipt. Michelle had paid cash at a store 20 or 30 minutes away, a store she never went to, and bought a bottle of liquid sleeping pills. She'd been buying different brands from different pharmacies for weeks, always cash, always out of town. Her own doctor confirmed she'd never been prescribed anything stronger than ibuprofen. The pharmacist saw her on the news when the story broke and called the police. The bleach on the bedroom door frame. She had wiped down the door, the dresser, the edges of the wall, trying to erase her fingerprints. She did a decent job, but she missed spots. They always miss spots. She was arrested a few days later. She never confessed. She sat through hours of questioning, telling the same story in the same calm voice, and it was honestly impressive in the worst way. She looked the detective in the eye and said, "I loved Greg. Why would I hurt the man I love?" The detective, a man with 30 years on the job, later admitted that, for a split second, he almost believed her. That scared him more than the crime scene. Here's what she did after the arrest. She posted bail. She got out. She changed her name to Shelley. She started a fitness business, like she had always planned. There were photos on the website. Shelley in workout clothes, Shelley lifting weights, Shelley smiling at the camera, selling meal plans and online coaching. A glowing, healthy, happy woman. The photos were taken while Greg's parents were picking out a headstone. The trial was in 2013. The courtroom was full. Greg's mother sat in the front row and never took her eyes off Michelle. The prosecutor played the 911 call. Her voice was steady. "Somebody shot my husband." The prosecutor pointed out that her story had changed 3 times. First, she was hiding in the closet. Then she ran out of the house. Then she saw the man with the wrench. None of it matched the evidence. And the wound on her head? She did it to herself. The pattern of the injury, the angle. A wrench doesn't hit you in the forehead like that unless you're holding it. The jury came back in a few hours. Guilty of murder. Guilty of tampering with evidence. The judge sentenced her to 60 years. She didn't cry. She didn't flinch. When they led her out in handcuffs, the last thing she did was ask the bailiff if she could make a phone call. Not to a lawyer. Not to her mother. She wanted to call her trainer to cancel her workout sessions. People who lived in that neighborhood still talk about that day. They ask each other the same question. How could nobody see it? But you don't see it. That's the whole point. You don't see it because you can't believe another human being is that empty. You make excuses. You say it's the shock. You say everyone grieves differently. And then you watch her in a Denny's, 3 hours after the murder, scraping the last of the syrup with a piece of toast, and you still tell yourself, she's just in shock. Because if she's not in shock, then you spent years being fooled, sitting next to her at neighborhood cookouts, handing her a plate of hot dogs while her husband's murder rolled around in her head ready to pay out. The last known photo of Michelle before prison was from the booking desk. Blank, calm, chin up, mascara fresh. When the intake officer asked her the standard questions, name, age, occupation, she said fitness instructor. Not widow, not accused murderer. Fitness instructor. And when they walked her into the cell block, she asked the guard what the food was like. The guard said it was prison food. Michelle smiled and asked if they ever served pancakes. She told the guard she loved pancakes. She was still smiling when the cell door closed. She wanted to know if they had pancakes. Story 11. He woke up to a sound that didn't fit. Not a slam, not a crash, just a kind of scrape, like something heavy was being dragged across the floor. He sat up in bed and listened. The house was quiet. He figured it was the cat, that big gray thing they had that liked to push things off tables. He lay back down. Then he heard a footstep. Not the cat. A real footstep, heavier in the hallway, a step that had weight to it. He froze. In a house that size, you know where every floorboard creaks. That one didn't creak. It just went solid, like something landing. He got out of bed without waking his wife. He used to be a light sleeper. He walked to the door and opened it a crack, no light on. The hallway was dark. At the far end, near Carmine's door, he saw a shape. A man. He was tall, not huge, but built. He had a mask on his face. It wasn't a Halloween mask. It was a balaclava, the kind that covers your whole head with holes for the eyes and mouth. In the dark, the eyes looked like empty sockets. The man was standing still, just watching the door to his daughter's room. He looked like he knew exactly where he was going. The father's first thought was that he was dreaming. His second thought was to close the door and scream, but the man had already seen him. In 2 steps he was at the door, one hand pushing it open, the other hand clamping over the father's mouth before he could make a sound. The hand was strong, with a leather glove on it. He shoved the father back onto the bed. The father tried to fight, tried to throw him off, but the man had a knee on his chest and a sharp point against his throat. He couldn't see what it was, but it was cold, and it pressed hard. The man leaned down and said, in a voice so calm it made it worse, "Don't scream. I'll kill you. I'll kill her too." That was the first thing he said. A simple sentence, delivered without emotion. The father stopped moving. His wife woke up. She saw the man and opened her mouth to scream, but the man was already there. One hand with a strip of duct tape. He just pressed it over her mouth. She made a muffled noise, her legs kicking. The man didn't get angry. He just held her down with his forearm and pulled out more tape. He tied her hands together behind her back with a cable tie, the plastic kind that clicks. Then he did the same to the father. Pulled his arms back, wrapped the tie around his wrists, tightened it until it clicked. The father could feel the plastic biting into his skin immediately. The man taped their ankles to the bedposts, using electrical cord, the hard white kind. He did it carefully, not sloppy. He tested the knots by pulling on them. He said, "Scream, and I'll hurt her." That's simple. Then he walked out of the bedroom into the hallway, to the room at the end. The father lay there, his face pressed into the pillow, his wrists on fire. He could hear everything. The man opened Carmine's door. There was a silence. Then Carmine's voice, still half asleep, said, "Dad?" He didn't answer because he couldn't. Then the man's voice, low, and Carmine said, "What are you doing?" There was a thump, then a loud gasp, then nothing. The father started to twist his wrists, trying to break the tie. It didn't break. He pulled so hard that the plastic cut into his skin and he felt wetness, blood or sweat, he couldn't tell. His wife was crying under the tape, which made a kind of wet, choking sound. He tried to roll off the bed, but his ankles were tied tight. He fell to the floor anyway, pulling the bed frame a little. He landed on his side, his shoulder hitting the floorboards hard. That was the sound he kept hearing in his head, his own body hitting the wood. In the other room, he heard drawers opening, a wardrobe, the sound of things being moved. He heard Carmine make a small noise, not a scream, more like a whimper. The man was talking in a low voice, but the father couldn't make out the words. Then the room went quiet. For a while, nothing. The father thought the man might have killed her. He closed his eyes. He tried to think of a prayer, but nothing came out. Then he heard footsteps in the hallway, and this time it was 2 sets. One heavy, one light. The man was walking back, and Carmine was walking in front of him. Her hands were tied behind her back with a cable tie, same as his. She had tape over her mouth. She was wearing her flannel pajamas, the ones with little stars on them, the ones she'd had since she was 11. Her face was pale, and her eyes were huge, wet. And when she saw her father on the floor, she stopped. She tried to say something, but the tape made a muffled sound. The man put a hand on her shoulder and said, "Keep moving." He looked at the father, lying there with his hands still tied, and he said, "If you call the police, you'll never see her again. If you don't, she'll come back tomorrow." Then he pushed Carmine forward, out of the bedroom, down the hallway, past the kitchen, to the front door. The father heard the door unlock. He heard the sound of the deadbolt turning. Then the door opened, and the cold air came in. He saw his daughter's bare feet disappear through the door. She wasn't wearing shoes. She was walking in bare feet onto the concrete driveway. The man was right behind her, his shape blocking out the streetlight. Then the door closed. The house went silent. A car engine started. It was a low hum, maybe a Volvo or something old. The car sat there for a moment, idling. Then there was a plane overhead. It was loud, low, the kind of sound you get near Tullamarine Airport. The windows rattled. The father felt it in his chest. And then the engine revved. The car pulled away, and the sound faded down the street. The father lay there for what must have been 3 hours. He couldn't get free. The cable tie was too tight, and every time he pulled, it cut deeper. He tried to use his teeth on his wife's ties, but he couldn't reach. They just lay there in the dark, like fish on a dock. The silence was the worst. He listened for the car coming back. He listened for Carmine's voice. Nothing. He finally got his right foot loose after kicking the bedpost so hard he thought he broke something. Then he used his foot to push himself across the floor to the nightstand, where his wife kept a sewing kit with scissors. He managed to knock it off the table. He got the scissors in his hands behind his back, and he cut her ties first, then his own. It took him almost 20 minutes, cut his thumb in the process. The blood made everything slippery. He looked at the clock on the nightstand. It was 5:47 in the morning. He crawled to the phone, dialed 000, and when the operator answered, he said, "My daughter's been taken." Police arrived in maybe 8 minutes. He was still in his pajamas, hands bleeding, standing in the doorway. They came in, saw the scene, and one of the older cops just stood there and said, "Oh, no." The father didn't know what he meant at the time. Later, he understood. That cop had probably worked the Linus case. He knew the pattern, the mask, the cable ties, the tape over the mouth, the calm. That cop looked at the father and said, "Mr. Cruel." That was the first time anyone said that name to him. The day after was a blur. There were forensic people in white suits, dusting for fingerprints, picking up strands of hair. They took the cable ties, the electrical cord, the duct tape, everything. They asked the father the same questions over and over. What did the mask look like? Was there an accent? What did he smell like? Did he have any scars? The father couldn't think. Every time he tried to picture the man, he saw the mask, those holes for the eyes, the way the man moved, like he was in control of every second. He told them about the plane. He said, "I heard a plane fly over right as he was leaving. It was low. I thought it was going to hit the house." The police looked at each other. They didn't say anything. A detective took him aside later that week and said, "We think he lives near the airport." The girls from Canterbury said the same thing. You're not far from the flight path. That's why he chose you." The father didn't know what to say. He was in a fog. He went through the next few months in a haze. He went to work because he had to. He came home and sat in Carmine's room, looking at her stuff. She had a poster on the wall of some band. He didn't know what band. The Walkman was gone. The detective had asked about that. They found out later that the man had taken it as a souvenir, or kept it. They never found it. Then, in April of the next year, a man walking his dog in Thornbury found something in the bushes near Edgar's Creek. It was a shallow grave, covered with branches. It was Carmine. She'd been shot 3 times in the head. The news said it was quick. The father never saw her body. He identified her through dental records. He stood in a room with a detective and nodded when they told him. That was all. The case went on for years. The father was given a hotline number, but it never went anywhere. He went to see the investigation files once, years later, after they'd arrested a suspect and then let him go. He saw the photographs. He saw a picture of the tripod and the video camera that police had taken from the man's house. But it was the wrong man. The tape they found was blank, or not relevant. The actual footage of Carmine was never found. The man who took her kept it somewhere. He probably still has it. That's the thought that keeps the father awake. Not the mask, not the gun, not the 3 shots. That red light on the camera, looking at his daughter while she cried. One more thing. The detective told him, in a low voice, that the cable tie they cut from the father's wrists had gone missing from the evidence warehouse. Not just the cable tie. The duct tape, the electrical cord, all of it. It just vanished in the early 2000s, during some file reorganization. No one knew how. That tape could have had his DNA. It could have had a fingerprint. It was gone. The father didn't scream. He just nodded. You get that numb after a while. Years later, they reopened the case as Task Force Apollo. They had DNA now, but no one to match it to. They had suspects, but no one they could charge. The father went to a courthouse one day for a coronial inquest. He heard them mention the name of a teacher who had been a suspect. He remembered the man's voice, the flat voice, the cold hand on his mouth. He looked at the teacher in the courtroom, trying to match the voice. It wasn't him. They let him go. The father moved away from Bulleen a long time ago. He didn't tell people why. He remarried. He still gets the quarterly letter from the police saying the case is open and there are no new leads. He reads it, folds it, puts it in a shoebox. He doesn't call the hotline anymore. There's nothing to say. Some nights he still tells the story. Not on purpose. It just comes out when he sees a documentary on TV, or when a plane flies low over his new house and the windows rattle. He says it the same way every time. The mask had 2 holes for the eyes. He didn't raise his voice once. He tied me up, he took my daughter, and a plane flew overhead, and that was the last normal sound I ever heard. He never found out what the camera was for. Everyone has a theory. Some say Mr. Cruel was a filmmaker. Some say he was a cop. Some say he was a teacher. He doesn't care anymore. What he cares about is the tape, the one that went missing, somewhere in some dusty evidence shelf, or in the back of a private collector's drawer. There's a roll of gray duct tape that once held his wrists together, and on it, maybe, is the answer. But no one will ever see it. That's the part that haunts him more than anything else. Not the gun, not the shots, just the tape, waiting somewhere to be found. And it never will be. Story 12. Here's how it went down. I still hear people talk about it in certain circles, and every time I get that cold feeling in my chest. This is about a man named Anil Chowan, successful guy, owned a freight company called Sabre Freight out near Heathrow. He wasn't flashy about it, but he'd built it from nothing. Worked long hours, had a nice house, a wife he loved, 2 little boys. And he had a plan. Sell the company, take the money, move his whole family back to India. That was the dream. That was the whole point. The morning it happened was a Thursday, February 13th, 2003. I know that date because they'd normally be thinking about Valentine's Day the next day. But Anil wasn't thinking about cards or chocolates. He was thinking about a meeting, a potential buyer. And the person who set it up was his own driver, Kenneth Reagan. Reagan worked for Anil. He drove him around, ran errands, did whatever needed doing. Anil trusted him. That was his mistake. Reagan was an ex-con with a new suit and a smooth way of talking. He'd been telling Anil for a while that he knew someone, a serious investor, someone ready to make a real offer for Sabre Freight. Anil wasn't stupid, but he was eager. He wanted out. He wanted to get his kids away from the cold and the traffic, back near his family. So, when Reagan said the buyer was ready to meet on the 13th, Anil said yes. That morning, Nancy made him breakfast. She always spoke Punjabi to him at home. Their whole life was in that language. Love, arguments, jokes about the neighbors. All Punjabi. Anil put on his suit, kissed the boys, told Nancy he'd be back that evening. He didn't say goodbye like a man who knew he was never coming home. He said it like a guy who expected to negotiate a price and shake a hand. Then he got into the car with Reagan. Now, from what investigators later put together, the meeting was supposed to happen at a hotel, but Reagan drove straight past the turnoff. Anil noticed. He asked where they were going. Reagan said the buyer had a property in Devon, more private. Anil got a bad feeling. He told me. He told people he had knots in his stomach. But he didn't want to seem difficult. He trusted the man behind the wheel. That's what kills me. That split second of not trusting your gut is the difference between life and death. The drive went on for hours. Reagan didn't talk much. Anil tried calling Nancy to say he was running late, but the reception kept dropping. By the time they got to the farm, it was mid-afternoon. The sky was gray. The place was isolated. No houses in sight. Just fields and a muddy track leading to an old barn. Anil got out of the car and saw 2 other men. One was called William Horney. The other was Peter Ree. They didn't look like investors. They looked like people who worked for Reagan. Anil started asking questions, trying to laugh it off, but nobody smiled. Reagan said something like, "Sign the papers." Anil said, "Who exactly am I selling to?" And then Horney shoved him. They took him inside the barn. It smelled of damp straw and diesel. They tied his wrists with rope. Not too tight at first, but he still felt the friction every time he moved. They took his phone, his wallet, his watch. Anil asked for water. Nobody answered. He kept thinking about Nancy. He kept thinking about the boys. He had a picture of them in his inner suit pocket, and they didn't find it. That was the one thing they missed. Anil didn't know it yet, but the plan was to kill him and then use his phone to send messages. Reagan wanted the company. He wanted to walk into Sabre Freight and take over. But you can't just walk in and own a company in a day. You need paperwork. You need signatures. You need the family to be gone. So they made a list. Kill Anil, then kill Nancy, then kill the mother-in-law, then kill the babies, wipe them all out, clean slate. They kept Anil in that barn for a few hours. He was tied to a chair, but the chair was broken, so he had to lean forward. His shoulders ached. His feet were cold. At some point, he managed to get a bit of paper from his jacket pocket. Maybe an old receipt. Maybe a note he'd written to himself. He had a pen in his shirt pocket. They hadn't taken that. He started writing. This is the part that still messes with my head. He wrote a letter. It was addressed to Kenneth Reagan at Reagan's home address. In the letter, he wrote that Reagan had kidnapped him, that he was being held against his will. He wrote the date, February 13th, 2003. He wrote short and fast, not a long letter, just enough to tell the truth. Then he folded it small, pulled off his shoe, and stuffed the paper into his sock, down near his ankle. He put his shoe back on. He didn't even know if anyone would ever find it. It was a desperate move, the last thing a dying man can do. When Reagan came back in, he saw the pen. He took it, but he didn't find the letter. Nobody found the letter. Not that night, not the next day. All Anil could do was sit there and wait. The horror of that day isn't in movie-style monologues or crazy shootouts. It's in the waiting. It's in the sound of your own breathing. It's in the way your mouth gets dry when you know what's coming. Anil listened to their voices outside. They were talking about the sea, about weights, about where to dump the body. He knew he wasn't walking out of that farm. I don't know exactly what they did to him. The details that came out in court weren't pretty. But I know this. He didn't go down without a fight. There was evidence that he'd managed to get his hands free at some point. He probably fought them. But there were 3 men. He was alone. They overpowered him. Then they put him in the back of a truck and drove to the coast. The water was icy. That's a fact. The sea off Devon in February is freezing. They likely tied something heavy to him and threw him over the edge of a small cliff or from a boat. He was gone. Just like that. A man who had breakfast with his wife in the morning, and by nightfall he was a body in the water. But the phone call, that's the part that makes people feel sick. Later that evening, Nancy got a voice message on the home phone. In English. She always spoke Punjabi with her husband. This was a recording of Anil's voice, or someone who sounded like him, saying he'd return tomorrow. There was no warmth, no "I love you," just a flat sentence. Nancy thought it was odd, but she didn't panic. She thought maybe he was busy in a meeting, speaking formally. She didn't know it was a fraud. She went to bed. The next day, Anil didn't come home. The day after that, Nancy reported him missing. The police became involved. They asked questions. Reagan gave interviews. He stood there looking worried, a good actor. He said he'd dropped Anil off at the meeting, and that was the last he saw of him. Meanwhile, Reagan started showing up at Sabre Freight. He had papers. He had a woman named Belinda Bruin with him, a socialite, someone who looked the part. The 2 of them started taking over the company. The staff thought it was strange, but what could they do? Their boss was missing. And then Nancy disappeared. Her mother disappeared. The 2 baby boys disappeared. Just a few days after Anil, one morning they were there. The next morning the house was silent. No one saw them leave. No one saw them drive away. They were just gone, like they'd been erased. That's when the police really started pulling at the thread. They traced the phone records. The last calls from Anil's phone came from a cell tower near a farm in Devon. They searched the place. It was exactly the kind of scene you don't want to imagine. Buried under a heap of soil and old hay, They found Anil's clothes, his watch, his ring. They found traces of blood. And then, weeks later, a fisherman reported something floating near the shoreline. It was Anil's body, decomposed, barely recognizable. But when they undressed him for the post-mortem, they found the sock. And inside the sock, still folded, still legible, was the letter. Dated the day he vanished. Addressed to Kenneth Reagan at Reagan's home. It was not a long letter. It was not clever. It was a man's last conscious thought, written in panic, hidden in the only place they didn't search. It said exactly what had happened to him. It named his killer. That letter was the nail in Reagan's coffin. It proved he was taken by force, that Reagan had lied, that the whole plan was a murder. The forensic evidence tied Horney and Reed to the barn. They found Nancy's mother's hair on a blanket. They found traces of the babies. Everything pointed to one direction. In court, Reagan tried to blame the others. But the letter was too clear. It had been in Anil's sock on the body for weeks. He'd written it while they were still arguing outside. He'd written it knowing they might kill him, but hoping that someone would find him, that someone would see the address and knock on Reagan's door and ask questions. And that's exactly what happened. Reagan, Horney, and Ree were convicted of 5 murders. 5. That includes the babies. But here's the thing that still bothers people to this day. The babies were never found. No little body was recovered. No tiny bones, nothing. They were presumed dead, and the court accepted that. But no one ever saw them. Not alive, not dead. They simply disappeared with Nancy and her mother. And when Nancy's body was found in a river, and her mother's body was found nearby, there was no sign of the 2 infants. It's been decades now. Still nothing. Anil's letter was a tiny piece of paper, crumbling and water-damaged, written in a hurry. But it was the one thing the killers couldn't control. They took his phone, his wallet, his watch. They took his life. But they didn't take his sock. And inside that sock, waiting for the right pair of hands, was the truth. He wrote the name of the man who killed him, and he made sure that name would follow Reagan to the grave. Some people say Reagan died in prison. Some say he's still alive. I don't keep track. But I think about Anil in that barn, cold and scared, writing those words and hiding them where no one would think to look. And I think about the babies. 2 little boys, nowhere to be found. No grave, no answer. Just an empty space where a family used to be. And one letter that refused to stay hidden. Story 13. Mia used to count the seconds between the bumps in the road. It was the only thing she could do with her hands zip-tied behind her back and a piece of duct tape over her mouth. The van floor was cold and smelled like grease and stale sweat. There were 3 other people with her, but nobody talked. You couldn't talk with tape over your mouth, and after a while, you didn't even try. You just sat there, feeling every seam in the asphalt, waiting for the next jolt to throw you against the person next to you. That morning, the 8th of June, 2022, started like any other day she'd lived in this nightmare. Woken up at 4 in the morning by a guard banging on the side of the container they slept in. 12 of them in a space meant for maybe 4. She had to step over bodies to get to the door. No breakfast, just water from a hose. Then they loaded 7 people into the back of a white van with no windows. Mia was one of them. She didn't know why this group was being moved. The guards never told you anything. You just went when they pulled you. She remembered the cold air hitting her face as they walked her out. The sky was that gray Hobart morning, kind of gray like the whole city was made of wet cement. She'd been in Tasmania for over a year and a half, but she'd barely seen the place. just the farm outside of Bridgewater, where they made her pick vegetables until her fingers bled, and the construction site where the men from Eastern Europe were forced to mix cement without safety boots. She heard stories about other places, other cages. She heard one guard talk about a warehouse on the outskirts, near a defunct fish processing plant. Thomas Richards owned that too, supposedly. Thomas Richards. Even thinking the name made her stomach clench. He was the Australian man who had promised her a job at a restaurant in Sydney. She was 22, from a small village in East Java, and she'd paid a recruiting agent everything her family had saved. Flights, visas, processing fees. She wanted to send money home. Instead, she got a truck ride from the airport to a farm, where they took her phone and passport and told her she had a debt to pay off. She didn't know how much. They never told you. They just said, work, or we hurt you. That day in the van, something felt different. The driver was talking to the guard up front in that low, mumbling way they did when they didn't think the cargo could understand. But Mia's English had gotten better than they realized. She learned a lot from listening to the radio on the farm, through the walls of the shed, from the women who had been there longer. She heard the driver say, "Boss says we need to get rid of the stock. Eye movement." That was the phrase they used for police. Eye movement. She didn't know exactly what that meant, but her heart started hammering in her chest. Then the van took a sharp left turn. She felt the vehicle slow down, then stop. The engine idled. The guard in the passenger seat got out. She heard his footsteps on gravel, then a door creaking open, someone talking to him. They were at a roadhouse, maybe, or a construction checkpoint. She couldn't see anything through the blindfold. Wait, she wasn't blindfolded. They only used blindfolds sometimes. This time, the back of the van was just pitch black, because there were no windows, and the partition between the front and back was solid metal. But there was a crack of light under the partition. She watched a shadow move. The guard had left the van. The driver was still inside, maybe filling out a form. Mia's hands were zip-tied in front of her that morning, not behind. She didn't know why. Maybe because they were short on guards and had to move fast. She could touch her knees. She could twist her wrists. The zip tie was tight, but not impossible. She'd been testing the elasticity for weeks, every time they used these cheap white ties. This one had a little more give. She didn't think. She just moved. She nudged the woman next to her. The woman was from Vietnam, maybe. They'd never spoken, but she looked up. Mia put her finger to her lips, even though there was tape on both their mouths. She shuffled toward the back doors of the van, the ones they always closed with a manual click, not a lock. She grabbed the handle with both bound hands and pulled. It opened. The seal had been worn out from years of use. The latch didn't catch all the way. The door swung out, and the cold air hit her face, and she rolled out of the van onto gravel before the driver could react. She hit the ground hard, scraping her shoulder on a rock, but she got up. She didn't look back. She ran. She heard shouting behind her, the driver's voice, then a boot against the ground. She didn't stop. She sprinted across a field of long grass that soaked her jeans up to her knees. She fell twice. Once because her legs were weak from months of not running. Once because the zip tie caught on a fence. She got free by pulling her hands through, ripping the skin on her thumbs, leaving the tie dangling off one wrist. She didn't know where she was. Just a rural road with telephone poles and sheep farms. She kept running until her chest burned, then she hid behind a big pine tree and watched the road. The van didn't come after her. She didn't believe it at first. She waited maybe 20 minutes. Then she started walking along the road in the opposite direction from the van. Eventually, a car came. A little silver hatchback driven by a woman with gray hair. Mia stepped out into the middle of the road, waving her hands. The woman slammed on the brakes and rolled down the window. Mia tried to explain, but she was crying, and her English broke down. She just pointed at her wrists, showed the red marks, the cut on her shoulder, and said, "Please, police, police." The woman didn't ask a lot of questions. She told Mia to get in the back seat, gave her a bottle of water and her phone. Mia called the police herself. She knew the number. She'd memorized it a long time ago, but never dared to use it. There was no credit. But here, in the back of this stranger's car, she dialed 3 numbers and held the phone to her ear, shaking. The operator asked if she was safe. Maya said, No, please come. There are people in the farm, people in the cages. Help." She gave the address of the farm in Bridgewater, the one where she'd worked. She knew the exact address because she had to memorize it for the times they drove her in the back of a truck. The police arrived within 20 minutes at the gas station where the silver car had pulled in. Mia was sitting on the curb, holding her knees, still shaking. The woman stayed with her. She was a local retiree, just driving home from a doctor's appointment. Mia later found out her name, but she didn't share it. She didn't want to drag her into it any more than she already had. 2 officers in a patrol car took her to a police station. They gave her a warm jacket and a cup of tea. She'd forgotten what tea tasted like. She sat in a small room with a female officer who asked her questions. Mia's English came back slowly, piece by piece. She showed the scars on her ankles from the shackles, the burns on her forearms from when a guard put out a cigarette on her. The officer's face went pale. From there, everything moved fast. Too fast to process. She gave them every detail she knew about the warehouse on the outskirts, the one near the old fish processing plant where Thomas Richards stored his shipments. She gave them the description of the road, the crooked eucalyptus tree, the rusted gate with the number missing, the gravel path that led to a big, corrugated iron building with no windows. At around 1 in the afternoon, Mia found herself in the back of an unmarked police car, wearing handcuffs that were only for her own safety, driving along that gravel path. They asked her to stay in the vehicle, but she couldn't. When they opened the doors to the warehouse, she heard the sound before she saw anything. It was a low moaning, like wind through a bad window. But it wasn't wind. It was human. It was the sound of dozens of people too weak to cry properly, too gone to even lift their heads. Mia walked in behind the officers. The air was so thick she had to cover her nose with her sleeve. Ammonia, rotting wood, feces. It hit her like a physical wave. There were cages, makeshift ones, made of wire mesh and steel poles and padlocked chains. Each cage was maybe 2 meters by 2 meters. Some had plastic tarps over the top for rain. The floor was concrete, covered in thin foam mattresses that were dark with mold and other things. The first cage she saw had 6 people in it. They were sitting or lying, all with the same look, dull eyes, protruding cheekbones, clothes hanging off them. They didn't react to the police entering. They'd learned not to react. One man had a broken arm that was bent at a wrong angle, swollen twice its size. A woman was curled in the corner, clutching an empty plastic bottle like it was a teddy bear. The officers started cutting the padlocks with bolt cutters. Mia stood in the middle of the room, turning in a circle. She counted 19 cages, maybe more. Some were stacked. There was a section with cages that had names scrawled in marker on the metal frames. She recognized one name, Tootie, a girl she'd met at the farm. She wasn't in her cage. The door was open. Then she saw the back corner. There was a cage smaller than the others, almost like a dog kennel. On the frame, in fresh black marker, someone had written a name. Mia walked closer, her legs not feeling like her own. The name was hers. Mia. Underneath was a date. Not a past date. A date she recognized because it was circled in red on a calendar stuck to the wall beside it. The date was the day after tomorrow. She stood there so long that an officer came to her and asked if she knew what it meant. She shook her head. But she did know. She knew because she'd heard a guard talking once about the new room, and the boss wants to see her personally. She had never understood what that meant. Now she understood. Thomas Richards had planned to move her there. For something. She didn't know what, and she didn't want to know. The warehouse raid kept going through the afternoon. They found 51 people alive. Some were so malnourished they had to be carried out on stretchers, IVs already hanging. 3 didn't make it to the hospital. Mia heard one of the paramedics say they were days away. She didn't find out if that was days from death or days from something worse. Thomas Richards wasn't at the warehouse. He wasn't at the farm either. The police raided his fishing company office, his big house on the waterfront, the other safe houses his network used. He was gone. A flight manifest showed he'd bought a ticket to Melbourne under a false name, but he never showed up. For 4 days, the news was full of his face, and then, on the 5th day, a police search team found him in a hunting cabin in the remote southwest of Tasmania, deep in the Franklin Gordon Wild Rivers country. He had a gun and a backpack full of passports. He surrendered without a fight, according to the reports. Mia didn't see that part. She was in a hospital bed, being treated for the same malnutrition she'd lived with for months. But she kept thinking about that date written under her name, the circle, the red marker. She asked one of the investigators about it, months later, when she was in a safe house, trying to get her strength back. The investigator said they hadn't identified whose handwriting it was. It was just a name and a date. It meant nothing. Mia knew that wasn't true. She knew there was a plan for her. She knew that if she hadn't jumped out of that van, she would have been in that cage in 2 days, and she would have been another face on a missing persons poster that no one would ever care about. She still dreams about the smell of that warehouse. She still wakes up in cold sweats, her hands going to her wrists, expecting the zip tie. But what she remembers most, what really sticks in her head, is the sound of that one woman clutching the plastic bottle, making a small noise over and over like a broken bird. And when the police lifted her onto the stretcher, Mia saw the bottle fall and roll across the concrete. It landed right next to the cage with her name on it. Nobody picked it up. It's probably still there, in that dark, empty place, with all those other things they left behind. Story 14. Mikina Loa was 27 years old, a Polish immigrant living in a small flat in a town outside London. She'd been in the UK for about 4 years, working cleaning jobs and sending money home to her mother. She had a little boy, 3 years old, who stayed with a friend of hers during the day while she worked. Mikina was a quiet person. She kept to herself. She didn't have many friends, but the ones she had would tell you she was stubborn in a good way. She needed that stubbornness later. The day it happened started like any other Tuesday. She woke up at 6, made breakfast, walked her son to the childminder's house a few streets away, and then went back to the flat to get ready for her shift. She was running late, actually. She'd forgotten to buy milk the night before, so she had to run to the corner shop. That weird little delay, that extra 10 minutes, might have been the only reason she was still home when the knock came. It wasn't a harsh knock. It was polite. 2 short taps. Makina thought it was the postman with the package. She opened the door without checking the peephole. And that's when she saw Marchand Casp standing there, his hands in his pockets, his face blank. Behind him, holding a red plastic bag, was Patrick Boris. Marchand was her ex-fiancé. They'd split up about 9 months earlier after he got violent with her, and she'd taken out a restraining order. He wasn't supposed to be within 100 yards of her, but there he was, smiling, that thin smile she used to find charming and now just found terrifying. She tried to shut the door, but Marchand put his foot in the gap and pushed. Patrick came in behind him, and they had her back against the hallway wall before she could even scream. Patrick dropped the bag and pulled out a stun gun. He didn't say anything. He just pressed it to her thigh and pulled the trigger. She described the feeling later as a door slamming inside her body. Her legs gave out and she felt herself falling, but she couldn't move her arms. She could hear a buzzing in her ears, and her teeth were chattering. Marchand crouched down next to her and said very calm, "Don't fight this. You'll make it worse." She couldn't fight it. Her whole body was buzzing like a phone left on a table. Patrick rolled her onto her back and started wrapping her wrists together with the silver duct tape they'd brought. He was rough, but he wasn't angry. He was just doing a job. The tape was wrapped so tight that her fingers were turning white within seconds. Then he did her ankles, and then he went over her knees and her arms again, making a kind of mummy shape. Marchand stood over her watching the whole time. He didn't say anything. He just kept staring at her with this flat, empty look. Then he cleared his throat and said, in his Polish accent, "You will never see your son again." That was the first time he said it. It wasn't a threat. It was a statement, like he was telling her the weather. Makina tried to scream, but Patrick put a strip of tape over her mouth. Then they pulled her into the living room and rolled her onto a large cardboard box that had been sitting on the floor. She hadn't noticed the box earlier because it was behind the sofa. It was a moving box, the kind you get from a storage place, big enough for a washing machine. They lifted her up and kind of folded her into it. Legs first, then her torso, then her head. She was a small woman, 5'2", so she fit, but barely. Her shoulder was pressed against one side, her hip against the other. Patrick taped the top closed with a few strips of the same duct tape. And that was it. She was in a box. Complete darkness. The only air was coming through the little gap where the tape hadn't sealed properly, right near her left ear. She could hear them moving around the flat, picking things up. She heard Marchand say something about the drains, and Patrick laugh. They were stealing stuff, making it look like a burglary. She lay there for what felt like an hour, trying not to move too much because every time she shifted, the box creaked, and she was terrified they'd open it and do something worse. Eventually, she felt the box being lifted. They carried her out of the flat and down the steps to the street. She could feel the cold air through the cardboard, and then the motion of being put in a car boot. The engine started. She tried to breathe slowly, in through her nose, out through her mouth, but the tape over her mouth was thick, and she was panicking. She knew that if she hyperventilated, she'd pass out. She tried to think about her boy. She kept his little face in her mind, his wet nose and his runny eyes when he laughed. She told herself she was going to get out of this, even though she had no idea how. The car drove for a long time. She guessed maybe 30 minutes, maybe longer. The roads got bumpier, gravel, then nothing but dirt. The boot opened and she felt the box being dragged out. The ground was hard, and the box scraped against it. She heard birds. She heard the sound of a shovel hitting dirt. 2 shovels. They were digging. She heard Martin say, "Keep it deep enough so the foxes don't get to it." She didn't know what that meant at the time. She found out later. They carried the box and dropped it. It hit the bottom of the hole with a thud that knocked the breath out of her. She felt dirt hitting the box. Just handfuls at first, then heavier shovelfuls. The weight started to press down on the cardboard, and she could feel the box flexing. She tried to move her arms to push up, but the tape was too tight, and her wrists were pinned against her sides. She heard more dirt, then a heavy dragging sound. Then something huge and heavy landed on top of the box, and the cardboard caved in a little, pressing against her chest. She realized they'd put a tree trunk or a log on top. She couldn't breathe properly anymore. The weight was like a car parked on her ribs. After that, the shoveling stopped. She heard footsteps fading, then silence. Just the sound of her own heart beating in her ears. She was buried, alive, under God knows how much dirt and a tree trunk. The darkness was absolute, the kind you only get underground. She couldn't see her own hands in front of her face, not that she could move them. For the first few minutes, she just lay there, her mind blank. She thought about her son. She thought about how her mother would get a phone call in Poland saying her daughter had disappeared. She thought about the cold. The soil was cold and damp. She could feel it through the cardboard, and the smell of wet earth filled her nose. It smelled like a grave. It smelled like the end. But then something snapped in her. She was not going to let Martin take her away from her child. She started to twist her wrists against the tape. The tape was strong, but she noticed something. Her left hand, the ring finger. She was still wearing her engagement ring. It was a cheap thing, actually, a small diamond on a white gold band. Martin had bought it for her when they got engaged. She'd kept it after the breakup because she thought maybe she'd sell it. Now she realized it was her only weapon. She brought her hands up as far as she could. It was slow, painful work. Her shoulders were burning, and the tape was cutting into her skin. But she managed to get her left hand to a position where she could touch the tape around her right wrist. She found the edge where the tape had a loose bit near her thumb, and she started rubbing the diamond against it, sawing. The diamond was tiny, but it was real. It made a small cut in the tape, and then she dug her fingernails into that cut and pulled. The tape ripped a little, then a little more. She worked that tape for what felt like 20 minutes. Her fingers were bleeding, but she got her right hand free. Once her right hand was out, she ripped the tape off her mouth. She could breathe properly now, and the air, hot and stale as it was, tasted like life. She then started cutting the tape around her ankles with the ring, and then the cardboard. The cardboard was thicker than she expected. It was double-layered, and she had to make a hole big enough to push her head through. She was lying on her back, and the weight of the log was pressing down on the box right above her chest. She couldn't slide the box off, so she had to dig the hole in the cardboard on the side, next to her hip, and then worm her way out sideways, like a snake. She got her head out of the box, but now she was face to face with dirt. There was no air gap. The soil was packed tight against her face. She started clawing at it with her bare hands. Her fingernails were torn off in the first minute, but she didn't feel it. Adrenaline made everything numb. She dug upward, scooping handfuls of dirt behind her, pushing it down into the box. She could feel the weight of the log pressing down on the box behind her, but she was now in a narrow pocket, and she could move her shoulders a little. She kept digging, spitting dirt out of her mouth, blinking it out of her eyes. She was choking, Every breath filled her lungs with soil. But she kept going. She didn't know how long she was under there. Later, they told her it was almost an hour. But at the time didn't exist. There was only the digging. Her arms were burning, her hands were raw meat, but every inch of soil she removed was an inch closer to the surface. She could hear her own heartbeat, and she was almost certain it was getting slower. She thought she might die in that hole with her son's name on her lips. Then her hand broke through. She felt air on her fingers. Cold, fresh, real air. She pushed harder, wiggling her fingers, making the hole bigger. She got her wrist through, then her forearm. Then she was able to pull herself up, her head breaking the surface, her face covered in blood and dirt. She was gasping, coughing, spitting up soil. The first thing she saw was the blue sky, almost white in the sunlight. She'd been underneath the ground so long that the light burned her eyes. She had to blink and blink again. She pulled herself fully out of the hole, and she saw the place. It was a clearing in a forest, surrounded by tall, thin birch trees. The sky was pale and gray-blue. On the ground next to her was the tree trunk they'd put on top of her. It was huge, bigger than she'd imagined. It must have taken 2 men to drag it. She got to her knees, and then she vomited. Just dirt and stomach acid. She looked around. There was a dirt track leading out of the clearing, and maybe half a mile away she could see a road, a thin gray line through the trees. She started walking towards it, but her legs were shaky, and her ankles were still half wrapped in tape. She stumbled, fell, got up again. She was crying, but she couldn't hear herself. The only sound was the wind and the birds. She reached the road. It was empty in both directions. She stood there, waving her arms, but no cars came. She walked along the shoulder, barefoot because she'd lost her shoes in the box. Her feet were cut on the gravel. She must have looked like something out of a nightmare. A tiny woman covered in mud and blood, with streaks of tears cutting through the dirt on her face. After maybe 10 minutes, she saw a car coming. It was a silver hatchback, driven by an old man. She stepped in front of it, and he slammed on the brakes. He rolled down the window, and his face went white. She couldn't speak anymore. She just held up her hands, which were covered in blood, and pointed back towards the woods. The man let her in. He gave her his phone to call the police. She was taken to a hospital and treated for hypothermia, dehydration, and multiple wounds on her hands and arms. She had cuts on her back from the cardboard and the tape. The doctor said if she'd been under much longer, the pressure of the soil would have collapsed her lungs. They took photos of the tree trunk and the hole. Police found the box, the tape, and the ring. The ring was still there, in the mud, and they gave it back to her. Marchin and Patrick were arrested a week later. Marchin was found with bomb-making materials in his garage, which added another charge to his attempted murder. Patrick made a deal and testified against him. Marchin got 20 years. At the sentencing hearing, the judge described the burial as depraved. Marchin sat in the dock with the same flat expression he'd had when he taped her wrists. He didn't look at her once. When he was led away, he whispered something to his lawyer. She never found out what it was. But there was something she never told anyone, not the police, not the doctors, not her therapist. It was what Marchin said right before Patrick put the tape over her mouth. It wasn't the first time he'd said that sentence. He leaned in close and whispered it, still calm, still sure. You will never see your son again. At the time, she thought it was just a threat. But later, after she got out of the hospital, after she was back at her flat, after she picked up her son from the childminder and held him and sobbed into his hair, she realized what was strange about it. Marcin had never known about her son. She'd gotten pregnant after they broke up, barely a month later. She hadn't told Marcin. She hadn't told anyone who knew him. She'd kept the pregnancy secret from her own mother for the first 6 months. So how did Marcin know she had a son? He didn't. He couldn't. Unless he was watching her, following her, standing outside the childminder's house at some point. Which meant that for months, she'd been living her life watched. Which meant that the only reason she was alive that day is because Marcin wanted to say that sentence to her before she died. He wanted her to go into the grave with that thought in her head. And she did. But she came back out. And she still has the ring. She wears it on a chain around her neck now, not as a ring, but as something else. She says she doesn't know why she keeps it, but she does. And every time someone asks about the scar on her hand, the one from where the diamond had cut through the tape, she touches the ring under her shirt and says, "It's from a box." And then she changes the subject, because the rest of the story, the part with the tree trunk, the part with the silence, the part where she was sure she was already dead, that part she doesn't tell. She keeps that part buried, just like she was. And somewhere in a prison cell in England, Marcin Kasp is still alive. He still has 20 years and change. And the last thing he said to her, the only thing that stuck, wasn't a sentence. It was a promise. She doesn't know if he meant it. She doesn't know if he could even find her son if he tried. But sometimes, late at night, when she watches her boy sleep, she puts her hand over the ring on her chest and wonders if Marcin knows something she doesn't. She wonders if there's a photograph in his cell. She wonders if he has a friend on the outside. She wonders if the only reason she's still breathing is because he wanted it this way. That thought keeps her awake more than the soil ever did. Story 15. Celeste Beard woke up on Saturday, October 2nd, 1999, at 6:15 in the morning. The bedroom was dark. The oxygen machine beside the bed was making that wet hum it always made, the one she had learned to ignore. Stephen was on his back, mouth open, one arm outside the covers. He was 75. He had been sleeping in almost that exact position for the whole time she had known him. She lay there and listened to the house. The air conditioner clicked on. The refrigerator kicked in downstairs. Everything sounded normal. She had been thinking about this night for weeks, but now it was here, and her heart was beating too fast. She got up, went to the bathroom, and took a shower. She stood under the water for a long time, letting it hit her neck. She didn't think about Stephen. She thought about the morning after. She thought about all the things she would do. She made breakfast like she always did. Eggs, toast, coffee. Stephen sat at the kitchen table in his robe and read the newspaper. He said something about the stock market. She nodded. He said something else about a friend from the country club. She nodded again. He didn't look up from the paper. He never looked up anymore. He had a habit of telling her things and not waiting for an answer. That was the part she hated most. He talked at her, not to her. People said she married him for the house and the money, and maybe that was true at first. But she had tried to be a wife. She had cooked his meals. She had gone to his boring dinners. She had smiled at his old friends and laughed at their tired jokes. In return, he put her on an allowance. He made her show him the receipts for every dollar she spent. He told her that she needed a babysitter. He said that to her face. That was after she bought a dress without telling him. A $2,000 dress, yes, but it was her dress. He made her take it back. She had never been so embarrassed in her life. She returned it. But she didn't forget. She met Tracy Tarleton at the mental health facility in May. Celeste had been there after she swallowed a bottle of pills. She didn't want to die. She just wanted him to notice. Her doctor called it a breakdown. Tracy was there because she had stopped sleeping. They ended up in the smoking area. Tracy gave her a cigarette. Tracy was probably 10 years younger than Celeste. She was quiet and soft, and she listened. Celeste could talk for an hour, and Tracy would just sit there and nod. She told Tracy everything about Stephen, the allowance, the way he made her feel small. She didn't tell her about the house in the hills or the 2 cars. She made herself sound like a prisoner, and Tracy believed every word. At first, it was just talking. Then it became something more. Tracy would visit her when she got out. They would go for coffee. They would drive around Austin and park somewhere and talk. Tracy started saying things about Stephen, dark things. Celeste didn't correct her. She would say things like, "If I were free," and watch Tracy's face. It didn't take long. Tracy offered to make him go away. Celeste didn't say no. She asked when it could happen. Now it was happening. On that Saturday, Celeste went to the grocery store. She bought milk, eggs, chicken, the things she was supposed to buy. She put it on Stephen's credit card, the one with the monthly limit. Then she drove to the mall and bought a pair of earrings. She paid cash. The cashier asked if she had a nice day. Celeste said yes. At 7, she and Stephen had dinner at the club. He wore a blue blazer. She wore a red dress. Other couples came over to the table and asked about their summer plans. Stephen said he was taking her to London in the spring. He didn't ask her if she wanted to go. He just said it. She smiled. The waiter brought a bottle of red wine. Stephen drank 2 glasses. She drank water. She needed to be clear. On the drive home, Stephen held her hand. He didn't do that often. He held her hand and talked about the house, about the roof, about something his grandson said. She wanted to pull away, but she didn't. She let him hold her hand, and she looked out the window at the dark hills, and she counted street lights. When they got home, Stephen went to bed. He had a routine: pills, glass of water, fold his trousers over the chair. He did all of that. She watched him from the doorway. He looked old. He looked tired. She felt something, maybe pity, but she pushed it down. Then she remembered the receipt he had made her sign, the one that said, "Merchandise not returnable." And she didn't feel anything at all. At 10:15, she went downstairs. She turned off the porch light. She unlocked the sliding glass door in the back den. She pulled the curtain closed so you couldn't see the lock from outside. She left it open 1/2 inch. Then she turned on the television in the den and sat on the couch. She didn't watch it. She looked at the clock on the VCR. The numbers changed every minute. Her hands were cold, and she kept rubbing them together. Tracy was supposed to call before she came. At 10:45, no call. At 11, no call. Celeste started to panic. She thought maybe Tracy had changed her mind. She thought maybe she was going to have to go upstairs and pretend nothing happened. She would have to lie in that bed next to Stephen and listen to him snore. She couldn't do that. Not another night. At 11:21, the phone rang. She answered it before the second ring. It was Tracy. She didn't say much. She said she was close. Celeste said he was asleep. Then the line went dead. Celeste set the phone on the coffee table. She walked to the kitchen and ran a paper towel under cold water and held it on the back of her neck. She stood there for a long time. The shot went off at 11:36. It wasn't a pop. It wasn't like in the movies. It was a hard thump that shook the floor. The glasses in the china cabinet rattled. The image on the television jumped. Then there was silence. Celeste sat down on the couch. She didn't move. She heard the sliding door open and close. She heard footsteps on the patio, then a car starting somewhere down the street. Then nothing. She stayed there. She thought about waiting. She thought about going upstairs and finding him already gone and not having to pretend. But then she heard a sound from the bedroom, a low, wet sound, like a dog trying to breathe. It was a moan. He was still alive. She couldn't ignore that. She had to make the call. She walked up the stairs in the dark. The door to the bedroom was half open. The hallway light cut across the bed. Stephen was on his back. He was not dead. That would have been easier to see. The shotgun had gone through his stomach. There was blood all over the sheets, all over his hands. And there was something else, something dark and purple, sitting on the white sheet near his hip. It took her a second to realize it was his intestine. It had spilled out of him. It was wet and shiny, and it was moving a little. His eyes were open. He was looking at her. He tried to say something, but blood came out of his mouth instead. His hand moved toward her. That was the only time in their marriage he reached for her, and she didn't go to him. She stepped back. She went down the stairs. She called 911. She told the operator that someone had broken in. She said she was in the house, and her husband was upstairs, and there was blood. She said she was too scared to go back up. Her voice was shaking. That wasn't fake. She was shaking everywhere. But she also remembered to wipe the sliding door handle with her sleeve before she opened the door for the police. The first police car arrived at 11:42. The paramedics went up. The police asked her questions. She said she was in the den. She said she heard a loud noise. She said she didn't see anything. She said the door was unlocked. That was true. She didn't mention the phone call. She didn't mention the empty half-inch of curtain in the den. She didn't mention Tracy. At the hospital, the doctor told her that Stephen was alive. They had taken out part of his intestines and he was in surgery for hours. The doctor said it was shotgun pellets. He said Stephen would need a colostomy bag. He said if Stephen survived the night, he might have months, maybe not. Celeste sat in a plastic chair outside the ICU. She didn't cry. She didn't pray. She sat and watched the clock and thought about the earrings she'd bought that afternoon. She was still wearing them. The nurse asked if she needed anything. Celeste asked for a blanket. Stephen didn't die that night. That's the part that dragged everything out. He survived the surgery. He woke up for a few days. He had tubes in his arms and machines around him. He asked Celeste what had happened. She said she didn't know. He asked her if she had called the police. She said yes. He grabbed her hand and he was crying. She let him. She held his hand while he cried, and she tried to remember what his touch felt like, and she realized she didn't care anymore. She met Cole Johnson during those 4 months. Cole was a bartender at a restaurant near the hospital. Celeste went there after visiting hours. She ordered wine and sat alone at the bar. Cole asked why she looked so tired. She told him. He was nice. He put a little note with his number on a napkin and slid it next to her glass. She kept it. She came back the next night. He was there. She asked for his number out loud so he would know she had looked at the napkin. That could have been enough. But Cole wanted more. He told her she should be happy. She told him she would be. Stephen was in the hospital for a long time. The doctors couldn't close his wound because of the infection. They had to clean it out with these small metal brushes. Celeste was there for some of it. She stood at the door and watched. When he screamed, she looked away. She went to the gift shop. She bought a magazine. One of the nurses saw her looking at a jewelry catalog and mentioned it to another nurse. That nurse later told a detective. But at the time, no one thought anything of it. When Stephen was asleep, Celeste went shopping. She bought new sheets. She bought a new bedroom set. She told the delivery man that she was redecorating because she was going through a change. She didn't say she was going through a husband. She bought a handbag that cost more than some people's rent. She put it on Stephen's card. The card wasn't locked anymore. No one was checking receipts. She bought jewelry, too. She got her hair done. She went to the club with Cole. People started to talk. Stephen died in February, 4 months after the shooting. The infection won. It was too much for his body. Celeste was at the hospital when it happened. She stood at the foot of the bed. The doctor pronounced him dead. Celeste didn't ask to be alone with him. She asked if she could keep the flowers from the hospital room. Then she walked out and called Cole before she called her daughter. She collected the insurance money. She bought a new car. She married Cole Johnson at the courthouse. She didn't tell Tracy. Tracy found out from a friend. Tracy had done the shooting. She had used her own shotgun. She had driven away that night expecting Celeste to be hers. And instead, Celeste had a house and a husband and a life. Tracy sat in her apartment for weeks. Then she drove to the police station and told them everything. The police didn't believe her at first, but the phone records matched. The sliding door, the timing of the shot, the shotgun in her closet. She confessed. She said Celeste had planned it all. She said Celeste used her. She said she wanted to burn down the whole story so Celeste couldn't get away with it. Celeste was arrested at a coffee shop. She was wearing a beige suit. She had a receipt from a bakery in her purse for a cake that said, "Congratulations, Mr. and Mrs. Johnson." She didn't seem surprised. She asked the officer if she could finish her coffee first. He said no. At the trial, people couldn't believe how cold she was. A friend from the hospital testified that Celeste talked about Stephen like he was an old couch she wanted to donate. A neighbor said Celeste told her she would have rather lost her dog than Stephen. The credit card statements came in, the insurance paperwork, the dates of her wedding. The jury saw all of it. Celeste sat there with a blank face. She wore a new outfit every day. She took notes. Her lawyer said she was the victim of Tracy's delusional obsession. Celeste nodded when he said that. Tracy took a plea deal. 20 years. Celeste was convicted of murder and sentenced to life. When the judge read the verdict, Celeste did not flinch. She turned to her lawyer and asked if she could keep her jewelry. That was the only thing she asked the entire trial. There is one detail that never made it into the news. While Celeste was in jail waiting for trial, a corrections officer looked through her property list. The officer noticed that Celeste had written down only 3 items in her own handwriting. The first was a silver compact mirror. The second was a gold bracelet from Cole. The third was a photograph of Stephen, the same photograph she had kept on her nightstand for years. She didn't ask for the picture of her children. She didn't ask for Tracy. She asked for the dead man. When her lawyer asked her about it, she said just one thing. She said, "I didn't want him to be alone." He didn't know what to do with that. Neither did the jury. Neither did anyone. The judge took a few extra seconds to look at her before he read the sentence. She looked back and held his eyes. She was smiling. Not a big smile. Just the corner of her mouth. enough for everyone in that courtroom to wonder if they had convicted the right woman after all. Story 16. July 18, 2015 was a Saturday in Aberdeen, South Dakota, and it was already hot at 8 in the morning. Emily Anderson was 10 years old. Her mother, Sarah, had the day off from work, and Emily was supposed to be at a friend's house by 9. She ate a frozen waffle over the kitchen sink because she was already late, and she was wearing an old gray t-shirt with a sloth on it and white socks with little orange sloths on the sides. Sarah told her to put on real shoes, not sandals, so Emily grabbed her tennis shoes from the porch and tied the laces once, loosely. Sarah yelled from the bedroom that Emily needed to stick to the sidewalks and not talk to strangers. Emily said okay, closed the front door, and that was the last thing Sarah heard from her for 12 hours. The walk wasn't long. Emily had done it 100 times that summer. She knew every crack in the sidewalk. She passed the church with the cracked steps, walked along the fence near the old grain elevator, then crossed over the low bridge where the water was barely moving in July. There wasn't much traffic on a Saturday morning. A few trucks, a tractor going the slow way into town, a woman walking a yellow dog. Emily later told police she remembered the dog because it was off-leash, and she had stopped to look at it. That's when the van pulled up next to her. It was one of those dark-colored cargo vans, no windows in the back, with a dent on the passenger side. The window rolled down, and the man inside said her full name, not hey or little girl. He said Emily Anderson. She stopped. That was the first mistake. She was taught not to talk to strangers, but he said her name, and she couldn't figure out how he knew it. He was wearing a gray windbreaker and had a lanyard around his neck, like somebody who worked for the school district or the county. He held up a phone and showed her a picture of her mom. It was a photo from the spring, the one Emily remembered from the school concert, where Sarah was standing in the yard wearing her blue shirt. The man said Sarah had been in a car accident, and he was supposed to bring Emily to the hospital. He said get in, and Emily did. That's the hardest part for her mother to say out loud. Emily climbed in because the man had her mother's face on his phone, and because he was an adult and sounded nervous and important. The side door slid open from the inside. There was a mattress in the back, a plastic bag full of old clothes, and a smell like gasoline and burnt oil. Before Emily could ask the man one more question, the door slid shut. She looked for a handle on the inside. There wasn't one. The drive took about 25 minutes, but Emily didn't know that at the time. She counted the bumps in the road to keep from crying. Later, when the FBI asked her if she remembered any turns, all she could remember was that there were 18 bumps before the van turned onto a gravel road. That was the only detail she could give them. 18 bumps. When the van stopped, the man opened the side door and told her to get out. He wasn't mean. That was the thing that scared Emily the most. He wasn't yelling. He was calm, like a substitute teacher. He took her by the elbow and walked her into a house through the back door. The kitchen had dirty dishes in the sink and a pizza box on the counter. He led her through a hallway and then into a laundry room with a washer and dryer. At the top of the basement stairs, he made her sit down and take off her shoes and socks. He said he didn't want her to run. She left the tennis shoes at the top of the stairs, but he put the socks in his coat pocket. She didn't know why. She just remembered thinking that it was weird, and then she stopped thinking because he opened the door to the basement. It wasn't a finished basement. There was a single bare light bulb hanging from a wire, and it didn't light up the whole room. The floor was concrete dust. The walls were cinder block and wet, and there was a mattress in the middle of the floor with a bucket next to it. There was also a roll of duct tape and a bottle of water. He told her to sit on the mattress. She did. Then he wrapped the tape around her wrists, not too tight, but tight enough that she couldn't pull her hands apart. He did her ankles the same way. Then he tore off a piece of tape and put it over her mouth. He said if she promised not to scream, he would take it off later. She nodded, and he left her there. Upstairs, Sarah had already realized something was wrong. At 9:15, the friend's mom called and asked if Emily was coming over because she wasn't there. Sarah said Emily had left 2 hours earlier. She called Emily's name and walked part of the route. Then she got in her car and drove the whole route, slowly, with the window down. Nothing. At a little after 10, a neighbor came out and said she'd seen a girl matching Emily's description near the old grain elevator, talking to a man in a dark van. Sarah called police from the neighbor's porch. The ransom call came at 10:19 in the morning. Sarah's phone rang, no caller ID, and a voice said it had Emily. It told her not to call police. It told her to get $250,000 in cash by 8 that night, or she would never see her daughter again. The call lasted 41 seconds. Sarah started screaming after it hung up, but she didn't cry for long. She called police back and told them everything, and by 1 in the afternoon the FBI was in her kitchen. At first, they didn't have much to go on. The van was dark-colored, no plate description, no witnesses. But one camera at the bank on Main Street had caught a dark cargo van with a dent on the passenger side turning north about the time Emily disappeared. Another camera at a gas station caught the same van a few minutes earlier, and the plate was readable enough. It came back to a man named Thomas Hayes, 38 years old, who had bought the van with cash in 2014 and never registered it in South Dakota. That's why it took them so long to find it. At 7:30 in the evening, the FBI was positioned around a white 2-story house on the outskirts of town. The porch was sagging, the windows were dark, and there was no car in the driveway. Somebody on the ground could hear a TV or a radio through the wall, but they couldn't tell if there was a person inside. They waited for a few minutes, then they went in. The front door came off with one hit. The kitchen was dirty, with an ashtray on the table and a cigarette that was still lit. An agent found the laundry room and then the basement door padlocked from the outside. They cut the lock. The light was on at the bottom of the stairs, and Emily was sitting on the mattress with her hands in her lap, looking straight at the stairs. She didn't scream. She didn't move. The agent said her name and she blinked. Then she said, "You're not him." Emily was found alive at 8:47 that night, exactly 11 hours after she was taken. She was dehydrated, her wrists and ankles were raw, and she had a red mark around her mouth from the tape. But she could walk. She walked out of that basement on her own bare feet, and Sarah saw her in the emergency room and couldn't touch her for almost an hour because Emily kept flinching away. She kept tapping her thumb and her middle finger together over and over, like she was counting something in her head. A doctor said that was a normal stress response, but there was nothing normal about that night. Thomas Hayes didn't ask for a lawyer when they brought him in. He asked for a cigarette. During the first interview, he told the FBI that he had taken Emily because he owed a debt to a man he used to know. He said the man's name was Michael Walsh. He said Walsh had planned everything. Walsh had watched Sarah's house. Walsh had gotten the photo of Sarah. Walsh had picked Emily's route and chosen the time. Hayes was just supposed to take Emily, keep her for one day, and collect the ransom. Walsh was going to take most of the money and disappear. Hayes was going to get his debt erased. It was a business transaction, and Walsh was the one who thought of the whole thing. Hayes said Walsh had been the one to tell him not to hurt Emily, not because he cared about her, but because a dead child brings in the FBI. A living child brings out a bank. That was the moment the FBI knew Walsh was the dangerous one. Walsh was supposed to meet Hayes that same night at a motel on the edge of town to collect the money. By the time the FBI got there, the room was empty. The bed was still unmade. The TV was still on. A coffee pot had coffee in it that was still warm to the touch. Walsh was gone. They never found a single print in that room. It was as if he'd known they were coming before Hayes even opened his mouth. Over the next few weeks, the FBI learned things about Michael Walsh that made the whole town feel sick. He wasn't just a man with a plan. He had used different names, different credit cards, different states. He had connections to people in organized crime in the Midwest, and in at least 2 earlier cases, suspects had been ready to testify against him. And then something had happened. A witness changed their story. A piece of evidence came up missing. A judge threw out a statement. Nobody could prove it, but everyone with a badge knew Walsh didn't do his own dirty work. He found people like Thomas Hayes, people who owed him something, and he used them. The case went cold in a lot of ways, but the FBI never closed it. They had a wanted poster. They had a tip line. And then, in late September, a hunter from Colorado called the tip line and said he'd seen a man matching Walsh's photo outside a cabin in the mountains, way off the grid, not far from Creede. The FBI flew out there. They surrounded the cabin early in the morning. They went in through the front and the back at the same time. The cabin was empty, but there was a fire in the wood stove, still burning. A pan sat on the stove with a half-cooked egg in it. A coffee cup on the table was warm. A sleeping bag on the mattress was unzipped, the corner folded over like he had just gotten out of it. There were footprints in the mud leading back to a creek, and then nothing. He had known they were coming. He had left maybe half an hour before they got there. They searched that cabin for 6 hours. They pulled up floorboards. They went through the stove ash. They checked the ceiling and the walls. They found one thing that didn't belong there. It was under the pillow, a child's sock, folded very carefully. It was white with little orange sloths on it. There was a small mark in permanent marker on the inside of the cuff. The letters E.A. Sarah had written Emily's initials in all of her school socks because Emily kept losing them. That was Emily's sock, the one she had been wearing when she was taken, the one Thomas Hayes had put into his coat pocket before he walked her down into that basement. The FBI didn't tell Sarah about the sock for a long time. They wanted to see if they could trace it, or link it to another case, or find out whether Walsh had taken it from Hayes, or if Hayes had given it to him. But they never figured that part out. What they did figure out was that it had been washed. It was clean. It was folded. Somebody had kept it on purpose for months in a cabin in the mountains. Hayes is still in prison. Emily is older now, and she still checks the back seat of every car before she gets in. She still sleeps with a light on sometimes. She doesn't know about the sock. Sarah decided not to tell her, because there's no way to explain that. There's no way to explain why a man who planned to take a girl and hold her for ransom would keep one of her socks folded under his pillow, years later, waiting. Michael Walsh was never found. The cabin is still there, as far as anybody knows, and somewhere, maybe not even far away, there's somebody who knows exactly what that sock means. Story 17. Jack Miller didn't run. That's the first thing people need to understand. When the police kicked open the door of the flat in Melbourne on the 22nd of November 2014, Jack was standing in the middle of the living room with his hands at his sides. He wasn't pacing. He wasn't crying. He wasn't trying to leave. His gray hoodie was dark and wet at the front, and his hands were wet too. The knife was on the floor near the television stand, about 2 meters from where Claire Johnson was lying. Jack wasn't looking at her. He was looking at the window. The first officer later said he thought Jack was waiting for something, but he didn't know what. They handcuffed him, and he didn't ask why. He didn't say anything at all until the Ambos had Claire strapped to the gurney. Then he asked, in a flat voice, if she was going to be okay. The paramedic didn't answer. Jack didn't ask again. He just sat on the curb with blood under his nails and watched them work on her. He never needed to be restrained. He was the calmest person on that street. But before that, there was a morning. And that morning, Jack wasn't calm. He was the opposite of calm. He woke up on the bathroom floor. He had no idea what time it was, but the tile was cold and his shoulder had cramped. The glass pipe was still in his hand. The lighter was under his hip. He sat up too fast and the room spun. His mouth tasted like ash and old sweat. His jaw ached from grinding it. He looked at his phone on the edge of the sink. 3 missed calls from Claire and 1 message. The message said that she needed to talk to him that night, that she'd come by after work, and that he should be home. He knew what that meant. She'd said the same thing 2 weeks earlier, but as words out loud, sitting on the bed with her hands in her lap. She'd told him she couldn't do this anymore, that she loved him, but that she couldn't watch him kill himself. He'd promised her he'd get help. He'd gone to a doctor, got a prescription for antidepressants, filled it, and left the bottle in the kitchen drawer for 9 days. He told her the pills made him feel flat. That was true, but it wasn't the reason he didn't take them. The reason was that flat was too close to the way he already felt most of the time. He didn't want flat. He wanted something that made his blood move. So he moved it. He got out the bag, put another rock in the pipe, melted it down with the lighter, and inhaled. The hit did what it always did. It didn't get him high. It just made his heart pound and his thoughts break into pieces. Every little noise outside became a signal. A car door in the street was someone watching him. The neighbor's dog barking was a warning. He opened the fridge and looked at a carton of milk and forgot why he was there. He stood still for maybe 3 minutes and listened to a tap drip. He didn't take the antidepressants. He had an appointment with a counselor that week, but he knew he wasn't going to go. He had told Claire he would go, and maybe he meant it then. But he had made that promise before. He knew he wasn't going to keep it. He told himself another lie, that if he just got clean for 1 day, she'd change her mind. But he wasn't clean for 1 hour. Then he did something that would come back to him in court. He went through her laptop. He didn't have to guess the password. He'd watched her type it 100 times. It was the same password she used for everything. He sat on the couch with the machine on his knees and went through her Facebook messages, her emails, her text message history. He found a conversation with her sister from 3 days before. The messages said that Claire was going to tell him on Saturday. She was scared, but she couldn't keep going like this. He needed help, and she needed to be away from him. He read that paragraph over and over. The word scared stayed in his head. He wasn't a violent person. He had never laid a hand on her. He had punched walls. He had broken a plate once, years ago. But the thought of her being scared of him made him feel like a different person. And that different person could be violent. He slammed the laptop shut. The screen cracked. That was the first thing he broke that day. He didn't leave. He sat on the couch and watched the afternoon light move across the rug. He smoked again. He was not calm. He was somewhere else, a place where every sound came through muffled and dangerous. He thought about his dad. He didn't want to, but when he was in that state, the bad memories came up on their own. He remembered being 8, locked in the garage for hours because he'd cried over a dead bird in the garden. His dad had a belt, and he knew how to use it. Jack never told Claire any of that. He told her his dad worked away. It was easier to say that than the truth. The truth was that Jack had become a boxer because getting hit by a stranger was easier than waiting for someone he loved to do it. But he kept that to himself, too. Claire came home just after 6. It was already dark outside. He heard her key in the lock and he stood up too fast. The room tilted. She was wearing her work clothes, a green jumper and jeans. She had a small duffel bag over her shoulder. That bag meant goodbye. He asked her where she was going. She said they needed to talk. He asked her again where she was going. She didn't say it, but she didn't have to. He saw it in the way she held the bag in front of her. He told her he would go to rehab. He told her he'd made an appointment. He was talking fast, and he knew he wasn't making sense. She said she'd heard that before. He said this time was different. She said she had a place to stay, and she was going there tonight. She said it in a soft voice, the same voice she used when she was patting his back after a nightmare. That was the worst part. She was kind to him right up until the moment she left. And that kindness made him angrier than anything else, because it meant she really was saying goodbye. He started crying. Then he started shouting. He doesn't remember what he shouted. He remembers the sound of his own voice in his ears, too loud and wrong. He remembers her stepping backwards towards the door. That movement changed something. It told him she was scared of him, and the fact that he could make her scared gave him a power he didn't know what to do with. He punched the wall next to her head. The plaster cracked. She dropped her keys. He saw the keys on the floor and thought, if those keys leave, she leaves. He couldn't let her leave. He didn't want to hurt her. He wanted to stop time. The knife was in the block on the counter behind him. He didn't remember deciding to take it. He remembered the weight of the white handle in his hand and the way the blade caught the kitchen light. Then he remembered her screaming. But when he tried to recall the minutes between that scream and the silence, there was nothing. It wasn't a blackout. It was just a blank space. That was what he told the police at the station hours later. The detective wrote it down and looked at him for a long time without saying anything. Then he asked Jack if he was sorry. Jack said he didn't know. The detective asked what that meant. Jack said he didn't know that either. The paramedics told the court later that Claire was alive when they reached her. She had multiple stab wounds to her chest and arms. The wounds on her arms were defensive. She had tried to block him. Her hands were cut open. She had a wound in her neck. She died in the ambulance on the way to the Royal Melbourne Hospital. She was 26 years old. She was a nurse. She had a shift the next day. She had texted her mother at 4:57 that afternoon. The text said that she was going to end it with him that night. She was scared, but she would be okay. She had to be. those were the last words she ever wrote. The neighbors had called 000. A woman in the flat below heard screaming, then a crash, then nothing. She said the silence was worse than the screaming. When the police arrived, the door was unlocked. They expected to find a robbery because of the blood. Then Jack turned around. The first officer didn't draw his gun. He just told Jack to show his hands. Jack put them out. He had a cut on his right palm from the blade slipping. He didn't seem to notice it. At the police station, Jack fell asleep in the interview room. The nurse who came to take his blood had to wake him up. The custody officer wrote in his notes that Jack slept for 4 hours without moving. He had just killed the woman he loved, and he slept hard. That image followed him to trial. It was harder to forget than the crime itself. The trial was in August of 2015. Jack wore a dark suit that hung off him. He had lost a lot of weight in remand. He sat in the dock with his hands folded in front of him and did not look at Claire's family. The prosecutor spent 2 days presenting evidence of how Jack had controlled Claire for the whole year they lived together. He had installed a tracking app on her phone without her knowledge. He didn't let her see her friends without him. He made her delete male colleagues from Facebook. He sent her dozens of messages when she was at work, demanding to know where she was and who she was with. He kept a notebook in his bedside drawer with dates and times, noting when she came home from work. The notebook didn't have explanations, just lines like Wednesday 9:35 and Friday 10:10. When the prosecutor held it up, Claire's mother went white. Jack stared at the ceiling. The defense barrister argued that Jack was not in his right mind that day. He had severe depression, a methamphetamine addiction, and a history of childhood trauma that he had never dealt with. He had asked for help. He had been prescribed medication that he didn't take. He was not a monster, the barrister said, just a sick man who had stopped being able to see the difference between love and control. Some of that was true, some of it was not. The jury had to decide which parts mattered. They came back after 2 days. They found him not guilty of murder, guilty of manslaughter. The judge sentenced him to 15 years. What made that trial so hard to watch was not the evidence. It was Jack's face. He didn't cry when the paramedic described Claire's last moments. He didn't cry when her mother read a victim impact statement about her only daughter and never hearing her laugh again. He didn't cry at the verdict. The only time anything happened was when the pathologist said Claire had been alive for a few minutes after the attack, conscious and probably in severe pain. Jack blinked once. Then his face went back to nothing. Even in prison, Jack hasn't changed much. That's what people don't like to say. The system gave him 15 years, but it can't make him feel the weight of what he did. His case manager wrote in his file that he engaged with a psychologist only when it was required for his release planning. He stopped going as soon as the sessions weren't mandatory. He works in the prison laundry. He watches television. He has told the parole board he feels sorry for what happened, but when they ask him to describe that day, he goes silent. When they ask him why he took the knife from the block, he says he doesn't remember. When they ask him why he didn't help Claire after he realized what he'd done, he looks at the table and says he was scared. Scared. That word again. Claire's family started a foundation in her name. It helps women leave violent relationships. It gives them counseling and money for deposits and safe accommodation. It's done good things. At the last hearing, Jack's lawyer showed the parole board a letter he had written to the family, apologizing. It was 1 page. Jack said he wrote it by hand. The family didn't respond. One of Claire's sisters read it out loud outside the court, and she said only one thing. He had spelled Claire's name wrong. C-L-A-R-A. He had lived with her for 2 years, and he still couldn't get the spelling right. Then she folded the letter and put it in her pocket. No one knew what to say. The last time Jack Miller appeared in the news was not because of a court case. It was because the foundation gave out its first scholarship to a woman who had survived an abusive partner. There was a photo of the woman hugging one of Claire's relatives. The caption said, "Hope." In the prison, Jack saw the article in a newspaper in the library. A corrections officer noticed him staring at the photo for a long time. When the officer asked if he was okay, Jack said that she looked like her. He didn't say who. The officer wrote it down in an incident report. That report is still in Jack's file. The next entry hasn't been written yet. Jack Miller has never explained what he meant by that. He has had years to do it. He has never done it. At his next parole hearing, someone might ask him, or they might not. Maybe he'll say it again. Maybe he'll say nothing, like he said nothing when the police walked into that living room. There's a photo of Claire in the foundation's office. She's smiling, holding a coffee cup, squinting a little because the sun was in her eyes. Jack Miller has never seen that photo. If he ever does, he'll probably say she looks like someone else. That's the thing. She was never anyone else. She was Claire, spelled C-L-A-R-E. And he couldn't even get that right. Story 18. On August 5th, 2002, Michelle Whitaker got out of a white Ford F-150 at a Pilot truck stop off Interstate 85 in Spartanburg, South Carolina. She was 24 years old, wearing a black tank top, gray shorts, and the clean white sneakers she always kept nice. She had a black duffel bag with a zipper that was half broken, and she was holding a folded $20 bill that the man who drove her there, Doug, had just given her. Doug told police later that he watched her walk toward the fuel pumps, and then he turned his truck around and headed north to Charlotte. That was the last time anybody could prove Michelle Whitaker was alive. The whole thing started earlier that morning in the small house she shared with her mother, Laura Andrews. The air conditioner in the living room window had died the week before, and the place was thick and hot. The kind of wet heat that sits on your chest. Michelle had been restless all summer. She was using again, pills mostly, and sometimes meth when she couldn't get straight. Laura knew it because she knew every sign. The way Michelle picked at her cuticles, the hours she disappeared, the phone calls she took outside. They fought about it a lot. On the morning of August 5th, they fought about it one more time. Michelle said she was done with Spartanburg. She said she was going to Myrtle Beach to stay with a girl she met in rehab, a girl who had a couch and an open door. Laura told her that was a bad idea, that you don't hitchhike across the state with no money and expect to come back clean. She said it loud, and Michelle said it louder. The details of the argument are not in the police report, because Laura only gave them the shorthand version. Her daughter was leaving, she could not stop her, and the last thing she screamed before Michelle slammed the bedroom door was that Michelle would end up dead or in jail. A little later, Michelle came out with the black duffel bag. She had packed clothes, a toothbrush, a photograph of her grandmother, and not much else. She didn't have a cell phone, didn't have a car, didn't even have a bus ticket. She said she was going to call Doug. Doug was a guy in his mid-40s who drove a truck for a lumber company somewhere around Greenville. Michelle had known him for about 6 months through a mutual friend. He showed up when she needed a ride to court or to a doctor's appointment. and he sometimes bought her food at the diner. Laura never trusted him, but she could never point to a reason. He was just too helpful, too ready to be around her daughter. Michelle called him from the landline around 11 in the morning. Doug said he could be at the corner in half an hour. Laura stood in the kitchen and watched her daughter pack the $20 she didn't have into her pocket. She asked her to please stay, just one more night. Michelle didn't answer. She slung the duffel over her shoulder and walked out the front door. On the porch, she paused for a second and looked back toward the house. Laura said she still remembers the look on Michelle's face. It wasn't anger. It was just tired, like she had already left a long time ago. Then she turned and walked down the steps. Doug pulled up in that white Ford with the rusted tailgate. He didn't get out of the truck. Michelle threw the duffel in the bed and climbed into the passenger seat. Laura watched the truck go down the street and turn at the corner, and then it was gone. She stood on the porch for a long time, longer than she meant to, letting the heat and the dust settle. She told herself Michelle would call once she got to the truck stop. She always called eventually, but that day, the phone never rang. Doug's version of what happened next is the only story that exists from that hour. He said Michelle told him she was going to try to catch a ride at the Pilot off I-85, a busy place where truckers stopped to fuel up and eat. He said she asked him for a little cash, and he gave her the 20. She said she would find a driver heading southeast, maybe as far as Florence, and then she'd get to the beach somehow. Doug said he wished her luck. She got out, shut the door, and he drove away. He didn't see her talk to anyone. He didn't look back after the first few seconds. There were no security cameras. The camera over the fuel pumps had been broken for months, and the one at the entrance was pointing at the wrong angle. The clerk inside the convenience store later remembered a woman matching Michelle's description, buying a bottle of water and a pack of gum around 2 in the afternoon. But he couldn't say anything else about her. A trucker called a tip line about a week later, claiming he saw a blonde girl near the on-ramp with her thumb out. But when police showed him a photo lineup, he couldn't pick Michelle out. That was it. That was all anyone ever got. She walked into the oily heat of that truck stop parking lot and stopped existing in any way that mattered. Laura filed the missing person report that night. The deputy who took it told her that adults leave home all the time, and most of them show back up in a few days when the money runs out. He told her to put a flyer up at the truck stop and wait. Laura couldn't wait. She drove to the Pilot herself at 11:30 that night, walked through the parking lot, shining a flashlight in between parked trucks, calling her daughter's name. Nobody had seen her. The place was empty, just the buzzing lights and the smell of diesel fuel. Over the next weeks, the search got bigger. Volunteers put up posters across Spartanburg and along the interstate. Dogs worked the patches of woods behind the truck stop. They found old needles, a broken bottle, a deer leg. They found nothing that belonged to Michelle. Her bank account sat untouched. There were no withdrawals, no purchases, no calls. She didn't have a credit card. The last official paper trail for Michelle Whitaker was a job application she filled out in July at a restaurant in Boiling Springs. She never even heard back from them. Detectives looked at Doug pretty hard. He let them search his truck, his house, his phone records. He agreed to take a polygraph, and the results came back inconclusive, which in practice meant the police didn't have enough to keep pushing on him. They looked at the man who assaulted Michelle back in 1999, the one who beat her outside a bar on Daniel Morgan Avenue and left her in a ditch. That man had moved to Texas by 2001 and had no connection to South Carolina that police could find. They looked at everyone Michelle knew, every shade of friend, dealer, acquaintance. Nobody had a story that broke open. The case just sat there, a stack of paper with no end. Michelle had never been the person who disappears quietly. She had a habit of disappearing for a few days, and then calling Laura collect from a gas station somewhere, asking to come home. But after August 5th, there were no calls, no collect charges, no sightings. That was the thing Laura kept coming back to. It was not normal. It was like her daughter had been snapped out of the world without a trace. For 3 years, nothing. The case went cold in every meaningful sense. Detectives told Laura they assumed Michelle was dead because there's no other way to explain it. No adult goes 3 years without touching a single thing that leaves a mark. No ID checks, no job applications, no arrests, no hospital visits. Nothing. Laura kept Michelle's room exactly the same, kept the door closed, kept a bowl of change and a hairbrush on the dresser. She told herself that Michelle would come home and need things to be the way she left them. Then, on August 5th, 2005, exactly 3 years to the day, Laura got home from her shift at the textile mill and found an envelope in the mailbox. There was no return address. The postmark said Pacolet, South Carolina, a small town about 20 minutes north. The envelope was plain white, the kind you buy in a box of 200. Written on the front, in all capital letters, was Laura's name and address. The handwriting was blocky, careful, like someone was trying to make it impossible to trace. Laura said she knew before she opened it. Her hands went cold, and she tore the flap open standing in the driveway. Inside was a single sheet of paper, folded in quarters. On one side was a map, drawn in blue ballpoint pen. It was crude, but not sloppy. It showed a county road, a bridge, a creek that curved to the south, and a dashed line that ended at an X. Underneath the X, the writer had written the word "Here." At the bottom of the page, in the same block letters, there was a message. It said, "Your daughter is buried under the high bank by the creek. She's been there the whole time. Look for the ring on her neck." Laura ran into the house and called the sheriff's office. When a deputy arrived, she was shaking so hard she couldn't hold the letter out to him. They took it into evidence. The county road on the map matched a real road a few miles east of Pacolet, an old bridge over a branch of the North Tiger River. The area was rural, overgrown, hard to reach except by a rutted dirt track. Search teams went out the next morning with dogs and a backhoe. They searched for 2 full days, digging in the soft soil by the creek bank, following the curve of the water, checking every high spot that could have held a grave. They found nothing. No body, no ring, no trace of Michelle. The dogs hit on an old deer carcass and a patch of disturbed earth where someone had dumped a rusted refrigerator years before. The backhoe operator dug down 4 feet at the exact spot marked X and found nothing but clay and river stones. The letter was a hoax, or a false memory, or someone's idea of a cruel game. But it wasn't empty, because at the end of the message, under the map, the writer had added 1 line. "Tell her I'm sorry about the scar." Laura recognized that line immediately. It was the scar on Michelle's lower stomach, from a surgery she had when she was 19 years old. It was a thin, crooked line about 4 inches long, and Michelle was incredibly self-conscious about it. She never wore 2-piece bathing suits, never changed in front of anyone, never talked about it. It was not in any missing person poster. It was not in the news stories. It was not in the police file. Laura had never even told the investigators about it because it seemed like such a private thing, and no one asked. The only way to know about that scar was to have seen Michelle's body without clothes. When Laura read that line, she fell down. She says she doesn't remember hitting the floor. She just remembers the world going dark that way, and then waking up on the couch with a paramedic leaning over her. The police went back and looked at the letter differently. They took it apart under a forensic light, tried to get fingerprints from the paper, from the stamp, from the glue on the envelope. Nothing. There was hair caught in the fold of the paper, but it didn't have a root on it, so they couldn't get a DNA profile. The stamp had been licked, but the saliva was too degraded. The writing was compared to Doug, to Michelle's old boyfriend, to the man who had assaulted her, to every known offender in the county files. No match. The map was checked against old county survey plats, and it was accurate down to the curve of the creek, even though the land had changed a little over time. But there was no body. Whoever sent that letter knew intimate details and knew that part of the county, but they either didn't know where the body was, or they loved the idea of Laura standing on that bridge looking down at the water and not finding her daughter. The case never recovered after that. It went back to cold, then colder. Detectives closed out the letter as an anonymous lead that did not produce evidence. Laura kept pushing, but each year the questions got softer, and the calls from missing persons units stopped coming. She still drives out to that bridge sometimes, on the 5th of August, or just random afternoons, when the grief feels too heavy to carry inside. She stands on the side of the road and looks down at the creek, at the high banks, at the tangle of roots and mud. She always has the feeling that if she looks at it from the right angle, she'll see something she missed. A flash of white sneaker, a glint of silver, a piece of a black duffel bag. In the end, the letter sits in a storage box at the sheriff's office, still in its plastic evidence bag. It has one case number and no resolution. Laura has a photocopy of it at home, but she doesn't look at it anymore. The last thing she noticed, before she put it away for good, was on the back of the envelope, hidden under the stamp. A small pencil drawing, barely visible, so faint she almost missed it. It was a tiny snail with a triangle shell, the exact same drawing Michelle used to make in the margins of her school papers when she was 6 years old. Laura never told anyone about that drawing. She never logged it as evidence. She just kept it to herself and turned it over in her mind late at night. And she still doesn't know who else could have known. Story 19. Sarah opened her eyes on the bottom bunk, and for just a second, she didn't feel the pain. That second didn't last. She moved her arm to push the blanket off, and her ribs screamed, a dull, crackling ache that had been living there for weeks. She lay still and listened. The house was quiet. That didn't mean it was safe. It just meant the footsteps hadn't started yet. She was 10. Her name was Sarah Sharif. And on the morning of Wednesday, the 9th of August, 2023, she was still alive. She shared a bedroom with her siblings in a house on Hammond Road in Woking, though calling it her room wasn't really true. She slept in the bottom bunk because she was small enough to fit there, and quiet enough not to bother anyone. She had a pillow with a yellow stain on it from crying. No one ever washed it. The footsteps came up the stairs fast, the way they always did when someone was angry. Sarah pulled her knees up, made herself as small as she could against the wall. The door kicked open. Vinish, her stepmother, stood there in a long dress, eyes hard, phone in her hand. She didn't say good morning. She said, "You missed the school run again." Sarah didn't have a school run anymore. She hadn't been allowed to go in weeks, but she didn't say that. She just whispered, "Sorry." Bynish walked over and grabbed her by the hair. Not hard, but enough to pull her off the bunk and onto the floor. The carpet burned her elbow. Sarah didn't cry. She had learned that crying made it worse. Bynish said something about breakfast, about the baby, about the noise Sarah had made the night before. A song Sarah had been humming. She thought she was humming low enough. It was just a tune. Maybe it was the one her mum used to sing. But Bynish had heard her, and now the whole household knew. Sarah got to her feet. Her ankle hurt. The skin there was red and raw, peeling from the hot water they poured on her 2 days earlier. She couldn't wear socks because they stuck to the wound. She limped down the hallway to the kitchen. She was supposed to make porridge. She was also supposed to feed the baby, clean up the dishes, and not look anyone in the eye. The kitchen smelled like stale bread and bleach. The iron was on the counter. Not the steam iron, the heavy old one, the one that took ages to heat up. Sarah noticed it because it was plugged in. The red light was on. She didn't think about it. She put the pan on the hob, started stirring. Her hands were shaking. She hadn't eaten since the day before. She was dizzy. That's when Urfan came in, her father. He was tall, broad, dressed in the same white shalwar kameez he always wore. He didn't look at her. He walked to the counter, picked up the iron, put it down again. He said something to Bynish in Urdu. Sarah didn't understand most of it, but she knew the word for stupid. She knew the word for disgusting. She'd heard them 1,000 times. Then her Uncle Faisal came in through the back door. The three of them stood around her like they were discussing something. The porridge was bubbling. Sarah didn't move. She didn't breathe. She knew this feeling. It was the feeling before the first hit. The quiet, the deciding. Who was going to do it today? It was Faisal this time. He didn't say anything. He just jabbed her in the spine with a metal pole. The one they kept behind the door. Sarah hit the counter and then the floor. She didn't make a sound. She couldn't breathe. Then the cricket bat came down on her back. She felt something snap, not her skin, but deep inside, a wet crunch. She knew it was her ribs. She couldn't exhale. She lay there, face pressed against the lino, and prayed to whoever might be listening to make it stop. They didn't stop. Bynish picked up the iron. Sarah saw her hand come down. She tried to roll, but her shoulder gave out. The iron touched her thigh. There was a sound like wet meat. Sarah opened her mouth, and for the first time in months, she screamed. It was not a loud scream. It was the scream of a body that was already broken. Urfan put his hand over her mouth. She bit him. She didn't mean to. It was a reflex. Then he got angry, properly angry. He pulled the plastic bag from the shopping bin, yanked it over her head, and twisted it around her neck. Sarah couldn't scream anymore. She couldn't see. The plastic got sucked into her mouth. She tasted the dry film, the dust from the drawer. She scratched at the bag. Then someone hit her again, this time on the head. She heard a crack from inside her own skull. The world went white, then gray, then nothing. She didn't see them leave. She didn't see her father grab the passports. She didn't see them throw clothes into a suitcase and drag the other children out to the car. She didn't see the front door close. She was still under the kitchen table, the plastic bag still over her head, the iron still hot on the floor 6 inches from her hand. She was dead before midday. That afternoon, a man in Pakistan called 999. His voice was flat. He told the operator that he was in Islamabad. He said he had killed his daughter. He gave the address of the house on Hammond Road in Woking and said, "I have done wrong." The operator asked him to repeat it. He said that he had beat her up too much. He didn't sound sorry. He sounded bored. Then he told her where the body was. He said she was in a bunk bed. He said he had left a note. Police arrived at the house. It was a quiet street. A normal British street. The kind where neighbors wave. They kicked the door in. The house was clean. Too clean. They could smell it. Not urine, not rot, but bleach and damp and fear. They went upstairs. And there she was. Sarah Sharif, 10 years old, lying on the bottom bunk. She was covered from head to toe in bruises and cuts. Her lips were gray. Her eyes were half open. One hand was still tucked under the pillow, like she was trying to sleep. The police officer who found her had to sit down on the stairs afterwards. The note was on the bedside table, written in Irfan's handwriting. It said something like, "This is all my fault. I beat her." That's it. No explanation, no crying. Just a confession, left behind like a piece of rubbish. The autopsy took hours. The pathologist counted 71 injuries on her body. 71. That was only the ones that were visible. Some of them were old, yellowed bruises. Some were fresh. There were burns on her ankles, burns on her leg, burns on her arm. Somebody had bitten her. There were teeth marks on her shoulder, human teeth. Her hyoid bone, the tiny bone in the neck that usually only breaks in someone who's been strangled violently, was snapped clean in two. Her spine had 11 fractures. Not cracks, fractures. 11 of them. Her brain was swollen and bloody. The pathologist said that the head injury would have been enough to kill her. Then she had also been suffocated. Then she had also been strangled. They all did their own part. The 3 adults didn't stay in Pakistan for long. They were arrested after they flew back into the UK, as if they thought they could just go back to normal. They sat through trials. Irfan Sharif was convicted of murder and sentenced to a minimum of 40 years. Bainish Batul was sentenced to 33 years. Faisal Malik was sentenced to 16 years for causing death. The judge said they had subjected Sarah to a campaign of torture. He used that word, torture. A 10-year-old girl was tortured by her own father, her own stepmother, her own uncle. They said in court that Sarah was a joyful girl. She used to sing, play guitar. Someone from her school said she had a loud laugh. That laugh was beaten out of her. She stopped smiling. A neighbor said she saw Sarah once through the window, cleaning the steps, and she looked like a ghost. They didn't report it. No one reported it. But here's what sticks in my head. When they found her, she was in that bunk bed, and there was a small sticker stuck to the wooden rail above her. One of those little glow-in-the-dark stars. She must have put it there herself a long time ago. In the dark, it would glow. But the room was dark for days before anyone came. And no one saw it. No one saw her. The adults are in prison now. They'll get out eventually. One of them, maybe. But Sarah's still there. In that bunk bed. In that house. The police found the plastic bag under the kitchen table, still tangled. The iron still had skin on it. The cricket bat had a crack in it from hitting bone. The last thing the 999 operator heard before the call ended was the noise of a man clearing his throat. Not crying, not shaking, just clearing his throat, like he had finished an unpaid bill. And that's it. That's the whole story. A girl who loved to sing died in a house where no one heard her. And the man who killed her couldn't even fake a tear. Story 20. She still has the wristband. White plastic, gold lettering that says fire across the middle, with a faded barcode underneath. It sits in a drawer in her bedroom, tangled up with old chargers and a lint roller. She doesn't know why she kept it. Maybe as a reminder. Maybe as proof. Because for a long time, even she didn't believe it really happened. This was April 2017. Before the documentaries, before the jokes, before Billy McFarland's name became a punchline. She was 26, working double shifts at a restaurant, saving up for the one big trip she kept telling herself she deserved. She'd seen the ad on Instagram. A supermodel sitting next to a young guy in a boat. The water blue like a postcard. A small white box with gold letters that said fire. The caption was all about an exclusive music festival on a private island in the Bahamas. Luxury tents, gourmet meals, performances by artists you'd actually hear on the radio. She showed it to her best friend from college, and they both agreed. This was the trip. This was the one. They bought tickets in January. She paid just over $2,000 for the VIP package. It was supposed to include a private villa, which was a joke in hindsight. But at the time, she had printed out the confirmation page and taped it to her bathroom mirror. She looked at it every morning for months. Private villas, chefs, first-class vibes. Ja Rule was going to be there. Billy McFarland was going to be there. Everybody from the internet was going to be there. It felt like winning a lottery, except she actually paid for it. The day started fine. They flew out of Miami at 7 in the morning, which meant she'd been up since 4. Her friend slept on the plane, head against the window, makeup smudged. She stared out at the clouds and kept thinking how lucky they were, how this was the beginning of the best weekend of her life. Then the plane landed in Exuma. It's a small airport, the kind where you walk down the steps onto the tarmac and feel the heat slam you like a door. She had sandals on and her feet were already sticky before she got inside the terminal. The terminal was about the size of a grocery store, and it was chaos. People everywhere, all wearing festival clothes, all holding phones up, trying to find a signal. No one from the festival was there. No signs, no greeters, no one holding a little sign with your name on it. Just a crowd of confused people and mountains of luggage. She and her friend waited outside for almost 2 hours. Finally, a guy with a crumpled piece of paper that had "Fire" written on it in marker came by, leading them to a school bus. Not a shuttle, not a charter. A yellow school bus with a crack across the windshield and seats that smelled like old milk. She climbed on board, pulling her suitcase, and had to sit with her bag on her lap because there was nowhere else to put it. Her friend looked at her with that nervous smile that said, "We're not going to complain yet." The bus drove for about 40 minutes through the worst roads she'd ever seen. Dirt, gravel, mud, potholes deep enough to swallow a tire. At one point, the driver had to slam on the brakes because a construction truck was parked right in the middle of the road with no warning. People rolled down the windows and stuck their heads out, but the only thing there was a pile of pipes and a porta-potty lying on its side. She started to feel a crack in the fantasy, like a tiny hairline fracture in a champagne glass. She didn't say anything. She just looked at her friend and smiled, hard, like she was trying to convince herself. They finally got to the festival site in the early afternoon. The bus pulled up to a muddy lot with a line of porta-potties and a single white tent with a sign that said registration. She got off and looked around. There was a beach in the distance, clear blue water, sand that looked good in photos. But in front of it, there was a field of gray tents. Fama tents, she thought. Disaster relief tents. They were lined up in rows, sagging in the middle, with little wooden platforms underneath. She said to her friend, "Those must be for the workers." Her friend said, "Yeah, probably." But it was for them. It was for everyone. They got in line. It moved fast because nobody knew what they were doing. A local guy with a tired face was scanning QR codes with his phone, squinting at the screen. He handed her a wristband and said, "Welcome to fire," not like he meant it, like he was reading it off a card. She waited for the luxury tent details, the map, the schedule of performances. There was nothing. Just the wristband and a bottle of water that had already been opened and was 3/4 full. She didn't want to think about who had opened it. They walked to the tent area. The mud was everywhere. It stuck to her sandals, sprayed up the back of her legs. Her tent was about the size of a parking space. Inside, a foam mattress on a wooden frame. No sheets. 2 pillows without cases, the kind you see in a storage unit. A folded blanket that smelled like a car trunk. A small plastic fan on the floor, not plugged in because there was no outlet. The zipper on the tent didn't close all the way. She saw a gap about 3 inches where the mesh and the fabric didn't meet. That was going to be her room for the weekend. She stood there in the middle of the tent, holding her suitcase, and she couldn't move. She couldn't form a thought. Her friend was outside, laughing nervously with another girl who had paid $4,000 for the elite package. "Maybe they're upgrading us," somebody said. They went to find food because that was the one thing everyone kept talking about. Gourmet meals, celebrity chefs, private dining. There was a row of open-sided tents with tables full of big silver trays. She stood in line for 20 minutes. When she got to the front, a man in a paper chef hat handed her a white styrofoam box. She opened it. 2 slices of white bread. 1 piece of American cheese, still square, still cold. 3 leaves of iceberg lettuce, limp and brown at the edges. A slice of tomato so thin you could see through it. No sauce, no flavor. That was lunch. She looked at her friend, and for a moment, both of them thought about laughing. Because what else could you do? Then she bit into it, and the bread was soggy on one side, like it had been sitting in a cooler for hours. She swallowed, and it barely went down. She felt a lump in her throat that wasn't the sandwich. It was fear. After eating, they tried to find the stage. It was just a metal frame. No speakers, no sides, no screens. A few crew members were walking around with clipboards, talking into radios. She saw a man in a polo shirt and a lanyard, standing on a wooden plank over the mud. He was telling a group of people that the buses to the airport were running every hour, just in case they wanted to leave early. She didn't want to leave early. She paid too much money to leave early, but something inside her was already looking for the exit. She and her friend walked to the beach. The water was gorgeous, clear, turquoise, completely perfect. There were people sitting on the sand looking at their phones because there was no signal anywhere. A girl nearby started crying. Not quietly, loud, ugly crying. Her boyfriend was trying to comfort her, but he looked like he was going to cry too. On the way back, they passed a sign that said VIP Villas, with an arrow pointing to a cluster of tents that were slightly larger, but still tents. She imagined the supermodels that had posted the Instagram ads, lying in hammocks with champagne, and she wanted to scream. She tried to find someone with answers. She found a young woman with a radio and a clipboard who looked maybe 22 years old. She asked when the concerts were starting. The woman looked down, pressed the radio button, brought it to her ear, then said, "We're waiting for the boats to bring supplies. The boats are late." She asked if they were going to have music. The woman said, "I don't know. I just got hired 3 days ago." That's when the panic started to spread. Not all at once. It crept through the crowd like rust. People started comparing notes. Someone said they were told the festival was canceled the night before. Someone else said they saw a chef in the airport who said he was never paid. She heard a local guy, a Bahamian worker, talking to another worker. He said the payment didn't clear. No boats, no food, no nothing. He wasn't hiding it. He said it like everyone already knew. Around 6 o'clock, people started trying to leave. There was no bus, no shuttle, no schedule. The man in the polo shirt was still standing near the registration tent, and he was the one they all went to. He kept saying, "The shuttle is 15 minutes away. The shuttle is 15 minutes away." She heard it so many times that she started to believe it. It was like a promise. She stood there, surrounded by other people who were also trying not to panic, and she waited. An hour went by. No bus. Another hour. No bus. The sun started to set, and the sky turned orange, and it was still beautiful, and it made her sick. Her friend wanted to walk to the main road. She did too. They each grabbed their own suitcases and trekked up the muddy path. There were other people doing the same, pulling luggage through mud, stepping into puddles, crying. Someone had left a suitcase behind. A nice one from a brand she recognized. It sat there, half sunk in the mud, like a tombstone. They got to the main road. It was empty. No cars, no taxis. They kept walking. Her arm hurt from dragging her suitcase. The road had no shoulder, just bushes and rocks. Then a pickup truck came out of nowhere. 2 local guys, windows down, music playing. They asked if she needed a lift. She was about to say no, but her friend said yes. They climbed into the back with a toolbox and a spare tire, and the truck smelled like diesel and sweat. The driver laughed when they told him where they were going. "That festival is a mess," he said. He drove them to the airport terminal. It was around 10 at night. The airport was full of festival people. They were lying on the floor, sitting on their luggage, staring at their phones. Some were still trying to book flights out. Others were just sitting there, shell-shocked. She found a spot against a wall, sat down with her suitcase between her legs, and finally, for a second, her phone got a signal. A text came through from a friend back home. "Are you okay? I saw the news." She didn't know what news. She tried to load social media, but it was spinning. Then she saw a tweet from Ja Rule. It said something like, "We're working hard to make this better. It will be better tomorrow." She looked at that tweet for a long time. She wanted to believe it. She needed to believe it. Because if she stopped believing it, then the last 6 months of saving, the double shifts, the excitement, it was all just a lie. Around midnight, a man in a dark jacket came in and said he had arranged a boat back to the mainland and was taking people for $100 each. She didn't have cash. She almost broke down. Her friend was already crying. They ended up sleeping on the airport floor, using their sweatshirts as pillows. She didn't sleep. She just stared at the ceiling, listening to the hum of an old air conditioner and the occasional sob from somewhere down the row. At some point, she pulled out the wristband. It was already a little dirty, mud caked into the ridges. She rubbed it with her thumb and thought, "This is all I have to show for it." She was still sitting there, early in the morning, when she saw the man in the polo shirt again. He was walking through the airport terminal, carrying a backpack, looking at his phone. He was alone. No staff, no interns, no clipboard this time. He looked less important. He looked tired. He went to the ticket counter and she watched him talk to the woman there. He got a boarding pass. He was leaving. She didn't say anything. She didn't even raise a finger. She just sat there, watching him disappear through security, and she thought, "That's the guy. That's the one who told me 15 minutes." She still didn't know his name. She figured he was just another worker who had given up. It was only later, weeks later, when the whole world was watching the news, that she saw the photo of Billy McFarland in a courtroom. And she froze. She knew that face. She knew that little smile, the way he carried himself. It was the man in the airport. The man who had walked past her with a boarding pass, leaving the same island he convinced thousands of people to fly to. She had been 3 feet from him. He had told her to her face that the shuttle was 15 minutes away, and she had believed him. Not because he was convincing, because she wanted it to be true. He understood that.